We're back on the record. Mr. Murdock is present with both of his lawyers and his investigator. Both attorneys for the state are present. Counsel, Ms. Burnett, Juror Burnett, the one with the hearing issue, advised that her hearing aids operate through her cell phone in terms of modulating frequency and things like that. So I have told, and she was concerned because I said no one could have their cell phones on. I'm going to permit her, obviously, to keep her cell phone on. It will be on silent. Any issue with that?
Nothing from the stage yet.
No, you're not.
And whenever he's ready, we're ready.
And Your Honor, are you still okay with holding my mic on sidebars?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. I will get a better setup. Sidebars.
All rise, please.
Please be seated. State, call your first witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls retired Polk County Sheriff's Office Lieutenant Charles Baldwin.
Lieutenant Charles Baldwin. Step up here, raise your right hand and be sworn in by the clerk.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Please. Just watch your step here.
Good morning.
Some water.
Thank you. Mr. Levine.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Lieutenant Baldwin. May you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Lieutenant Charles Baldwin, actually retired now, but Charles Baldwin.
And were you employed with the Polk County Sheriff's Office for a number of years?
Yes.
Tell the jury about how many years you were employed in law enforcement, where you worked, and the different divisions that you worked in while you were there.
Okay. Close to 30 years, 29 years, and I think around 10 months is when I retired. I retired last June. I've always been with the Polk County Sheriff's Office. I started off in patrol, worked various assignments through patrol operations, narcotics enforcement, undercover narcotics, long-term investigations, patrol supervisor, detective, up to when I made lieutenant, and then as a detective lieutenant as well.
Tell the jury a little bit about when you were a lieutenant. What were your responsibilities?
I was working in the Northeast District area of Polk County, which encompasses the Haines City, Davenport area, up in that area, the Four Corners area. And I had a patrol platoon. I worked night shift with a patrol platoon of about 11 or 12 troops. And I was directly in charge of them during nighttime operations.
In addition to that, would you sometimes respond to scenes yourself as well?
Constantly.
And what was the purpose of that?
Overall supervision of scenes, maintenance of scenes, direction, to give my guys advice, to make sure we have the right resources there, and sometimes call detectives out, other resources, other things that need to be looked into.
All right, Lieutenant, I want to direct your attention specifically to January 5th, the early morning hours, that would be 2019. Did you have an opportunity to respond to a certain location in Polk County?
I did.
And how did that call come out, and what information did you generally know as you proceeded to go there?
Around, on January 5th, I'm referring to my report as well too, but around 1:12 in the morning, we got a call from we received it from the dispatcher that was coming in on 911 from a male suspect claiming he just shot two people because he had to get rid of the doe.
During your many years in law enforcement, have you had the opportunity to respond to homicide scenes?
Yes.
Now, tell the jury a little bit about what does dispatch mean?
Dispatch is our PCSO telecommunications center, where when the 911 calls come in, then they get the information and they dispatch it out to the deputies on the street and we respond.
And does each deputy have a radio either on themselves or in their car?
Yes, sir.
And are they able to hear firsthand then what information they're providing?
Yes.
Do you remember where you were located? Were you on the street or at the station when you got the call?
I have no idea.
How would you have been dressed that evening?
I would have had a what's called our Class B uniform, as our standard issue green in color sheriff's deputy uniform.
And what kind of vehicle were you rolling in back then?
I had a few, So it could have been a truck, could have been a pickup truck. Ideally, a lot of times we operate unmarked vehicles.
Now, when that 911 call comes in and you mentioned the statement that was made, did you know who made that statement?
The way I assumed it was the shooter.
It appears that he keeps reading from something, so I don't know if he needs his memory refreshed.
No,
If you'd lay the foundation for refreshing his memory.
Thank you. Lieutenant Baldwin, if it will refresh your memory to refer to your report, feel free to do so. Going back to my question, the information that you received, what was your belief as to who had called 911 to report that they had just shot some people?
My belief was someone had been shot, that the person who shot them was the person that called 911.
Now, armed with that information, what goes through your mind about how to proceed to the scene and what will be at risk and what you need to do?
First thing that came through my head was we may have an active shooter. We're trained for this, but this was the real deal.
And when there's an active shooter, what are your main concerns for you and your fellow deputies?
Safety, of course. Well, timely response, a lot of things.
When you responded to the scene, were other deputies also en route at around the same time?
Yes,
And this location, is it in Polk County?
yes, sir.
And did you then arrive at 373 Melbourne Drive?
I did approximately, yes, I did.
When you got there, describe to the jury, what type of neighborhood is that?
Judge, if we can approach briefly.
Approach.
You see this too? I may refer to it.
Mr. Levine.
All right, thank you, Your Honor. Lieutenant Baldwin, is it common practice, even a requirement, that in your normal course of your job, that you prepare a report to help memorialize what your involvement was?
Correct, yes,
And in this particular case, did you do so?
yes.
All right. Now, Lieutenant Baldwin, back to the question regarding Did you arrive at 373 Melbourne Drive in Haines City at a location that's known as the Sweetwater community?
Correct.
Did you have an opportunity to go through the front gate in order to obtain entrance to the community? For the
I
entrance.
don't remember if there was a gate or not.
All right. Now, after you went through the entrance, were you able to find the location of the house where the 911 call was made?
Yes.
When you pulled up to the scene, describe to the jury what you recall about what you saw.
We got to the scene. I want to say other deputies were responding simultaneously.
I'm gonna make the same objection.
Lieutenant, if you need to refer to your report in response to a question, when the question's asked, if you would let the attorney know that you need to refresh your memory from your report or from whatever you're referring to.
Right. Can I refresh my memory for a
Yes,
moment?
take a moment.
Okay.
All right, now Lieutenant, when you arrived on scene, besides yourself, who were some of the other units that were responding, from what agencies?
Haines City Police Department.
So do I understand correctly, Haines City officers as well as Polk County Sheriff's Office
As well as
personnel?
my Polk County deputies, yes.
And when you pulled up to the house, what do you remember about what you saw?
Saw a white male laying in the grass. I saw the scene. I pulled up. There was a female who was bleeding. I don't know what her injuries, the extent of her injuries. She'd been shot or what it was. I asked her who did it to her, and she pointed at the gentleman who was laying in the grass. And I saw there was a gun there too.
Now-
In the driveway, I believe.
When you see the gun in the driveway and the suspect laying in the grass and this injured lady, what are you thinking?
This is probably the guy who shot her, who did this.
What do you do
This is my
next?
suspect.
What do you do next, Lieutenant?
At that point in time, the gun was on the driveway from what I saw, about 10, 15 feet away from the suspect who was in the grass. This was an active scene. We did not know how many victims we had or what was even going on or who did what. I immediately coordinated with other units that were on scene, my guys, and we had to get in that house and see if there was any other victims.
The lady that you saw initially that had the wounds, do you recall where approximately she was located at the house?
When I made contact with her, from my recollection, was on the either steps area of like their little front porch that was there, or there was a chair there as well, because I remember she was bleeding and there was blood pooling at her feet.
What responsibility did you decide to undertake?
I directed one of my guys, grab a medical bag, treat her, get her out of the off this scene, and grab some of my deputies, and we had to go inside.
Describe how you accomplished that.
Went inside, want to call, can I refer to my, just to reflect just for a second?
Yes, Lieutenant.
Okay, when we got there, after we had taken care of that victim, the female victim, to get her to safety, going into the porch area, the slider glass door was smashed, was broken. I could visibly see a blood trail from that point where the sliders were, pretty much into going down the hallway of this residence. And I grabbed one of my guys, and it's time to go to work.
Did you follow that blood trail where it led you?
Yes,
And where did it lead you throughout the house?
it led me to a bedroom, and then I entered the bedroom.
As you're going through the house, do you have any idea how many additional injured people are inside?
No, but we were visibly looking.
When you made it to that back bedroom, what did you do next?
Turned the corner, I recall turning the corner going in there, open closet, turned it, immediately saw a victim, the female, in the closet, kind of like sitting down, sitting up a little bit, but sitting back, and she appeared to be deceased.
So this would be the second victim that you saw that evening?
Correct.
What did you do?
I checked her carotid pulse on her, was not getting anything, she was not responsive at all. She appeared to be deceased, and at that time I knew everybody was coming, everybody was still coming. EMS is right there as well coming, and I grabbed a medic and I went him in there and I wanted him to give a second check, and he pronounced her deceased.
After that happened, what do you do next, inside the house or outside the house?
Secure the scene, give instructions for things to remain as they are. Crime scene tape, and I started making contact with other detectives and everything. I did make contact, I did instruct for the suspect in this case to be placed in the back of a marked patrol vehicle.
Would the suspect later then be transported to the sheriff's office?
Yes.
Now, what's the purpose of trying to maintain the scene with crime scene tape and whatnot?
For the proper investigation of the scene. Don't want to move anything, don't want to taint anything.
So is the integrity of the scene maintained through these different procedures?
Scene integrity, yes.
Now, amongst the many units at the sheriff's office, is there a homicide unit?
Yes.
What does that mean?
They are directly responsible for investigating homicides, violent crimes, bodily injury, just your upper level investigations.
So would it be common when there's a homicide investigation, or in this case, you know, obviously that there's at least one deceased individual, for homicide detectives to respond to the scene?
Absolutely.
And as well as crime scene investigators?
Yes.
And did they continue with the investigation?
Yes.
Is it your job at that point to start interviewing all the witnesses, or is that left for the homicide detectives?
That's ideally left to the homicide detectives.
Now, the victim that was still alive, was she eventually transported to the hospital to be treated?
I believe so.
Now, in the grass area near the suspect, was a cellular phone located?
Can I refer to my report real quick on that one?
Yes, Lieutenant.
Yes. I do have a recollection. I saw it in that grass. There was a cellular phone sitting in the grass.
And you mentioned towards the beginning of your testimony that there was, I believe you said, a black handgun that was located, you mentioned, on the driveway. What did you notice about that black handgun as it pertains to the slide?
He's continuing to read.
Again,
I'd ask that it be turned over.
I'm sorry?
I would ask that it be turned over.
I'm just going to remind the witness that if you don't
Okay.
know and need to refresh your memory, to just make that clear for the record and ask permission.
I don't recall the slide as far as that, as how the gun was.
If you need to refresh your memory by documenting the report, I understand that perhaps you don't recall
It's possible.
today. Referring to the second paragraph of your report, were you able to document back in January of 2019 the condition of the handgun?
Okay.
And after you had a moment for the record to review your report, did you document the position of the slide on the defendant's handgun?
Yes, it clearly does say the slide was locked open when I found it laying on the concrete driveway 10, 15 feet away from the suspect.
Now, Lieutenant Baldwin, if you could describe to the jurors that perhaps don't know how a Glock 9mm semi-automatic handgun works, how you cock it, how you fire it, and then what is the significance of the slide being open? What does that mean?
It could mean that you ran out of ammunition. The slide locks back. It can mean you've had some kind of failure to fire or failure to feed or some kind of something to that matter. I don't know, what may have caused it.
So if somebody fired all the rounds that were in their clip, including the round in their chamber, do I understand you correctly that the slide could be in that position when the gun's unloaded from shooting it?
That is correct.
Now, Lieutenant Baldwin, did you have an opportunity, and I'll show you the photos again, but did you have an opportunity to see a series of photographs at the state attorney's office that depicted the crime scene in this case?
Yes.
And for the record, I'm going to show Lieutenant Baldwin what's previously been marked as State's Exhibits 1 through 7, 12, 13, 19, 31, 34, 36, 38, 40, 42, 45 through 48, 52, 55, 57, 59, 63, 66, 69, 70, 72, 79, and 106. And Lieutenant Baldwin, after you've had an opportunity to look at those photographs again, the same photos you previously saw, if you can let me know if you recognize those photographs.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Levine, do those include the exhibits that are also lettered, such as 1A and then 5A, 5B, or is it?
I'll take a look again, Your Honor. For the record, that also includes State Exhibit 5A, 5B, 5C, and 5D.
Does it also include 1A?
It does not, Your Honor. All right, Lieutenant Baldwin, if you could take your time and once again look through those photographs.
You do want me to look at all these, right?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, Lieutenant Baldwin, do those photographs in the state exhibit numbers that I mentioned, do those fairly and accurately depict some of the subject matter that you saw that evening?
They do.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move the exhibit numbers that I mentioned into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
They will be received.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if Lieutenant Baldwin could step down from the witness stand to point out some things in the photographs.
You may.
Thank you. Lieutenant Baldwin, as the jury has the opportunity to see some of these photographs, I'll have some questions regarding some of these photographs. We'll start with State Exhibit 1. What's in this picture?
This is the scene. This is where I went to. This is where the call led us to.
Now, it appears to be kind of daylight hours, so our photographs taken not only at the time crime scene arrives, but also throughout the next morning as the light comes out.
Yes.
Now, in that particular picture of Ms. Andrews' house, there appears to be a red bag in the driveway. Describe to the jury where that comes from.
Those red bags, from my recollection, those more than likely would have been our red bags. Those are medical bags that the deputies carry, which would have been used to help treat anybody that's wounded.
State Exhibit number 2. In State Exhibit number 2, could you point on that picture roughly the location by the steps where that first victim, who was still alive, where you saw her?
She was right in this area. She would have been either like right here on these steps, or there's a chair right here as well. I want to say we came in quick because we didn't know if there was anybody else still in here. So I wanted her out of this fire, and we kind of moved her to this area, but it was right in here, right where I made contact.
So you saw one suspect. Are you concerned before you enter the house that there might be another person in there?
Absolutely.
And was it determined that there was just one suspect, the individual that was on the grass?
That's at the end of it, yes.
Lieutenant Baldwin, in State Exhibit 3, could you point to the Glock 9mm firearm?
Right here in the driveway.
And the thing next to it, is that just basically some type of marker to?
Yeah, that could be a marker that someone put down to mark the item.
Is it important that people don't step on things or kick things?
That's correct, yes.
State Exhibit number 4, what do we see there?
There's a Glock handgun with a slide locked in the rear.
Now, once that gun is impounded by crime scene, is it able to be sent off to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement if any further testing is desired?
Yes.
State Exhibit number 5. What is that showing an entry into?
This is the entry, what we previously saw going into the porch, the small porch that leads into the actual house.
Next, we're going to go to 5A, and you had mentioned a chair just inside of the doorway. Could you point to the jury where that chair is located?
Chair is right here. This little chair on the porch.
Did you actually walk up those steps after the after Miss Andrews, who was still alive, was tended to by another deputy.
Yes.
Next, we have 5B. As you entered that, what do you call that room? Porch or Florida room?
Florida room,
As you're on the Florida room, did you see any other victims at that point, or was it just the lone lady, Miss Andrews?
it was just Miss Andrews.
How did you enter this house?
As you can see, this is how we found it when we got there. This slider was smashed out. And there's a big pool of blood, you can't see right here. And there's a blood trail leading right into the house on the tile floor, the one floor, whatever it is.
When you saw that blood trail leading to the interior of the house, what does that tell you?
I didn't know what we had. We got maybe somebody else in there, we gotta go check.
Next, we have 5C. What does this vantage point show?
This is, again, as you're leading into the floor porch from the driveway, coming in, this is the chair that Miss Andrews, I believe, would have been sitting in real quick. I think what it was so quick, I had her moved out of here real quick, because I don't know what's back here. And this is the pool of blood that I saw, and there's blood going in.
And if you could point to the jury probably sees it, but where's all the broken pieces of glass from that slider there?
Both inside and outside.
And if somebody fired a bullet, can a bullet rip through a glass sliding door like that?
Yes.
D, is that a close-up of the shattered glass on that sliding door?
Appears to be to me.
Number 6, by the entrance to that shattered glass door, is there a cell phone?
I see a cell phone, yes.
And any evidence that is located in these pictures, is it incumbent upon the crime scene investigators to document it and then actually pick it up and take it into evidence?
Correct.
Next, we'll go to number 7. What did you notice about what was actually on the chair, number 7?
Blood.
And then number 12. Now, in number 12, I don't have any specific questions about the yellow markers, but what are those yellow markers? How did they get there?
Crime scene would have put those down there.
Next, we have number 13. At that threshold kind of entrance into the door, obviously there's a big pool of blood, but what other 2 items are pictured in state exhibit number 13, right there by that pool of blood on the left side and the right side?
A pair of glasses and a cell phone.
All right, state exhibit 19. And then we're gonna go to state exhibit 31. Okay, where are we now in state exhibit 31? Have you entered the house?
It looks like we've entered the house.
And did you, go ahead,
Yes,
did you start to see and then follow the blood trail that you mentioned?
yes.
Now, a few photographs of that blood trail. Number 34,
Yes.
number 36.
Yeah, that's a little bit better picture. You can see it as it's just going back. Yes, it's the blood trail that I saw.
And we're gonna follow that blood trail with 38, as well as number 40. So is it a fair statement that this was many feet or many yards into the residence that you had to follow this blood trail?
Yes.
Number 42, does this show a pretty good vantage point of how deep into the house it continued on?
Exactly. You can see as it's going back. This is how far it's going. It's going down that hallway.
Did this make it relatively easy for you or for anyone else to locate where the victim would have been hiding? I know she was in hiding when, she was dead when you found her, but, did it make it easy for you to find where to go?
It did, unfortunately, yes.
And then continuing on with the blood path, we have number 45, and then 46. Number 48, and then 47. So as we get to 47, what does that show for the first time? Does that show the bedroom that this blood trail led to?
Appears to be to me.
Did you enter that bedroom, Lieutenant Baldwin?
I did.
Did that blood trail continue in the form of number 52?
Yeah, and this is even, as you can see, it's just getting, and then right to the closet.
In state exhibit number 55, whose body part do we see for the first time in these sequence of photos?
That's the victim.
And if you could point out what body part is visible and sticking out of the closet?
This appears to be her right foot sticking out of the closet.
Move to number 57. Does it appear that she has her shoe and sock off?
Yes.
Lieutenant Baldwin, number 59, is that the closet?
That is it.
And if you look on to the left of the closet, did you notice any blood at various places?
Yeah, you can see some blood along the trim there of the door frame.
And then in number 63, that door to the closet, did you notice additional blood on the doorknob as well as on that front thin piece of the door? If you could point in the picture.
I see blood here, yeah, yes, there's blood there, but as I was going in, I'm not looking for every little piece of blood. Okay, I'm looking for victims, I'm looking for people, I'm looking for bad guys, I'm looking for work.
And as far as you know, well, you weren't bleeding all over the place, were you?
No, it was not.
So if the victim needed to open that door and her hand was bleeding, can blood transfer like that?
I would say yes.
Next, we have state exhibit number 66. Is that the lower?
That's the victim, that's the lower part of the body.
We have number 69. Did you later find out that that was Miss Lisa Bunce?
Yes, that's how I found her.
Now, do you see, if you could point to the jury, what appears to be a bullet hole above her head and on the closet door there, or excuse me, on the wall?
Right there.
And then number 70, does this photograph, in addition to show Miss Bunce, does it also show a little bit more close-up of the bullet hole?
Yeah. Let's see the whole of this.
Now, Miss Lisa has something on her left, kind of triceps area. What is that? Or I don't need the medical term, but is that part of the medical paraphernalia from trying to help her?
Yeah, I would say so. I would imagine that's EMS. They're checking for vitals.
Number 72, is there blood visible running from a higher spot, kind of down the back of the closet wall?
Yeah. Right there on the back. It's scary. Yeah. Splatter.
And then the final two photos, Lieutenant Baldwin, one more from inside. Is that Miss Lisa, well, is that the same lady that you saw?
That's the victim that I encountered that.
And without speculating as to where these injuries might have come from, you see the multiple different injuries on her arm? Does there appear to be multiple entry points that cut her arm up?
It appears that way. Yeah.
All right, and then the final photograph, Lieutenant Baldwin, will back outside. In state number 106, what is that?
That is the pickup truck that I encountered that was there at the scene, parked in front of the residence, near the residence in the roadway. Parked right there.
And were you able to obviously look at the license plate and then run the tag?
I'm sure I did.
And did it come back registered according to your report to David Marshall Murdock?
Yes.
All right, Lieutenant Baldwin, you can have a seat.
Ladies and gentlemen, I do want to advise you the state has published some photographs that have been received in evidence. I want you to know that during deliberations, all of the evidence will go back to the jury room with you. You will have ample opportunity to review any exhibit. Mr. Levine?
All right, thank you, Your Honor. Lieutenant Baldwin, after the homicide detectives responded and you briefed them about what you had at that point, did that conclude your major involvement in this case?
Yes.
All right, Lieutenant Baldwin, I don't have any further questions for you. Thank you.
Cross?
Yes.
Ms. Toomey, you may proceed.
Good morning.
Lord.
So back in 2019, were you a lieutenant
Yes.
at that time? And I did not hear how long you had been in law enforcement. Could you tell us again how long you've been in law enforcement or were in law enforcement? I know you're retired, but how long?
29 years and change,
All right.
close to 30.
And the entire time that you've been answering questions by the prosecutor in this case, you've been repeatedly looking at your report, correct?
Yes.
And you would agree with me that your report's about 2 pages long?
3.
2 pages,
Yes.
the third page being,
Yeah, the
Of no
signature
substance?
page, but, okay.
now when you were asked on direct about this active shooter, by the time that you had responded to the scene, you had already known through a 911 call that an individual had called and said that he shot 2 people, right?
Correct.
So it wasn't an active shooter investigation. You had already known that someone had called 911 and said that they had shot 2 people, right?
How would it not be active?
Well, what's your definition of an active shooter?
Shootings that have occurred or may occur are still progressing. I don't know if it's over.
Well, according to your report, you presume that the individual that made that 911 call was the suspect or the shooter, right?
Yeah.
Right?
One,
You thought there were more than one?
always think more than one.
How many did you think when you responded to the scene? How many shooters did you think
I
there were?
don't know, man. 1 or 2, I don't know.
1 or 2?
I hope not more than one.
But you thought there were more than one?
I don't ever assume that there's not.
So you assume that there were more than
Until we have everything done, there could be more than, I don't know. I didn't know. I assume that we have to do everything we can to make sure we've got everybody safe.
So you assume that there was more than one shooter when you arrived on scene?
The presumption in my training that not to get locked in on one thing or one person is my nature and my training as far as how I go about critical scenes. Does that make sense?
So when you arrived on scene, or actually when you were driving to the scene, you assumed there was more than 2 shooters? Correct?
I always keep that as an option, as a
So the answer to my question is yes.
Yes.
And prior to you arriving on scene, you had already been informed that a male subject was lying on the grass in front of the residence,
Yes.
correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, the state asked you about the slide of the gun being racked back, and you gave various explanations as to why that may occur, right?
Yes.
Do you recall that line of questioning?
Yes.
In this specific case, do you know why the slide on that firearm was racked back?
No, ma'am.
The state showed you some photographs about this red bag that was in the driveway. You recall that?
Yes, ma'am.
You don't know what that red bag was.
I assumed it was one of our bags.
You're making an assumption. You don't know what that red bag
That is
was,
correct.
correct?
That is correct.
The prosecutor asked you, how did you enter the house? She never answered that question, so I'm gonna ask you. How did you enter the residence?
I walked through the broken glass. That was right there.
All right, so you just looked at the photographs. How did you walk through that broken glass? What door did you use to enter the residence?
I went through the Florida room where the door was. Then I went through the broken windows of the slider through there.
And when you arrived on scene, how many other deputies or emergency personnel, if any, were on scene before you had arrived?
I can't recall who got there first.
Fair enough. Was EMS there when you arrived? When you arrived on scene?
I don't remember.
Well, if you had testified that you were checking for a pulse, and we saw photographs of Miss Bunce with the little medical patches on her body, that would indicate that either you arrived or EMS arrived first. Which one was it? You don't recall?
Maybe I misconfused your line of questioning as far
Sure.
as getting on scene, actually getting on scene, what vehicles, who got there first. When we're going to these things, we all get there sometimes simultaneously. In answer to your question, I got there first to the victim before EMS got to her.
That was my question. Thank you. So when you got to the victim first, you had checked her carotid artery and you found no pulse.
Right.
But yet, and then afterwards, EMS arrived, right?
Right, but they were, as I was probably doing the checking, EMS was probably pulling up on scene. I don't remember exactly the time.
All right. And I just wanted to make sure that I was correct when you were asked about where Sanda Andrews was located when you arrived on scene. And if you need to look at your report to refresh your recollection, just let me know.
Okay.
Where was Miss Andrews at when you arrived on scene?
Can I refer to my reports so
You
I'm
can
as
look
accurate,
down.
so
Yes,
I'm
you
as
can.
accurate as I can be?
Yes. Don't read from it, but just tell me when your
Yes, ma'am.
recollection has been refreshed.
Yes, ma'am.
Has your recollection been refreshed?
Yeah,
Yes, okay.
just through that open door, like I said, is where I made contact, or right in that area where that seat is, that chair.
So was she on the chair, or was she on the ground, or something different?
Both.
Okay. So partially in the chair and partially on the ground?
My recollection
Yes.
is when I came up there, she was sitting on that chair on the Florida porch. I could very easily see that we have a problem here. And she's in the line of being harmed. And we need to get her treated. So we had moved her, we moved her from that seat to the stairs and then out. So she started from my contact there, it was very quick, get her aid, get her off this porch and out of here.
Now, when you were assisting Ms. Andrews in being removed from the Florida room,
Yes,
there was a white male that was lying in the grass in the front of the residence, correct?
yes,
And I'm assuming that you noticed that white male that was lying in the grass
yes,
prior to you entering the residence, right?
correct.
How was that white male lying in the grass, if you recall?
How, can I refer to my report just in case I'm
Sure.
not missing anything?
Just don't read from it.
Okay. How he was laying in the grass, I don't know, as far as you were asking me as far as a body position, but what I recall, and from my recollection, was he was laying in the grass, and he had shorts and flip-flops on, and there was extra deputies coming there, and I had directed them, I'm sure, secure him.
So when you say I'm sure, you don't know whether or not you had other deputies secure the white male that was lying in the grass?
I did not do it myself.
Okay. Do you have a recollection as to whether or not that was done prior to you entering the residence?
I would assume almost simultaneously. As I'm going to do this, other deputies are going here, I'm going with them, some deputies are going to the suspect. It's not just a one thing and the next, sometimes it's a,
Understood. Thank you.
Redirect.
Briefly, Your Honor. All right, Lieutenant Baldwin, just a few more questions for you this morning. So is it a fair statement that you were one of the first early responders as it pertains to law enforcement?
correct,
And if I understood you, on other units from the sheriff's office, at least one or more units from the sheriff's office were also arriving, correct?
correct,
And did I understand you correctly that one or more units from the Haines City Police Department were also arriving?
that is correct.
And describe to the jury, how is it that both the sheriff's office and the Haines City PD both arrived at the same location?
Because they are on our same dispatch channel. They heard the call. And
And your jurisdiction is countywide, correct?
countywide,
Doesn't matter what city, what town, what village, you can be there and help people, correct?
yes, sir.
And Haines City Police Department, since the crime scene was Haines City, they would routinely respond to Haines City calls, correct?
Correct.
Now, are you the only one that's doing anything on the scene, or is everybody working collectively?
Everybody's working.
In order for you to do what you did that early morning hours, would you need to know that the defendant was secured by one of your fellow law enforcement officers?
Correct.
And that was accomplished, was it?
It was. I knew that was being done before I went in that house.
Now, you never assume that there's just one shooter or two shooters. You need to figure out what's going on before you could be satisfied, is that right?
And that's correct.
But did you find out then and verify that there ended up only being one shooter?
At some point, yes.
And was there just one person who called 911 that said they just shot two people because he had to get rid of the devil?
That is the information we had.
And did you just see one person, the suspect, laying in the grass?
Correct.
And did you just see one firearm, that being the black Glock 9mm, laying in the driveway?
Yes.
Now, When you were interacting with the lady who you would later find out to be named Sanda Andrews, the lady who got shot in her face, when you asked who shot her,
Beyond the scope. Objection.
Sustained.
Your Honor, I would ask to recall Lieutenant Baldwin.
I'll allow you additional cross if necessary. You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. When you asked Ms. Sanda who shot her, did she respond, David?
Yes,
And in what direction did she point?
she pointed at David, the suspect, as he was in the grass.
All right, Lieutenant Baldwin, I have no further questions.
Any additional cross?
I just have one question for you. And how long have you been resigned or retired, I guess, if you will, from Polk County Sheriff's Office?
June of last year.
Last year, I think you had already answered that, so I apologize. When you entered the residence, was that door to that front room or that Florida room, was it locked or unlocked?
Can I refer to my report, just to make sure I'm accurate?
You may.
I have it as the open porch door. The door, from my recollection, was open.
So when you say open, the door was physically open or was it unlocked?
The door
Meaning
was-
open.
My recollection, the door was and through the pictures, the door was physically open.
The door was physically open and unlocked.
We are referring to the same door that leads from the driveway into the Florida room, correct?
Yes, sir.
That door, in my recollection and in my report, was open porch door.
And were you the first person to enter that residence?
One of them. I don't know if I was the first, ma'am. There was other deputies on scene that were with me. And even when I went into the house, I had a backup with me. I believe it was Deputy Roman. And we were right there together. And let's go.
So Deputy Roman was your backup prior to yourself and Deputy Roman entering the residence. Do you know if anyone else had entered prior to you entering it?
I do not know.
Thank you.
Any additional redirect?
No, thank you.
Is this witness released?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Toomey?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. Next witness?
The state will call Detective Michael Braswell.
Michael Braswell.
And members of the jury, this morning I introduced the deputy at the back door as Deputy Hernandez. I misspoke, that's Deputy Rivera, and Deputy Gist
Yes.
is now assisting us as well.
Please raise your right hand and be sworn by the clerk.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Follow me, please.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning.
Morning, Judge.
Mr. Lewin, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Detective. May you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, sir. Good morning. My name is Mike Braswell. I'm a detective with the Polk County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you been employed in law enforcement?
Presently 23 and a half years.
Tell the jury about the different units that you've worked in at the sheriff's office.
Oh, mercy. Lots and lots of different places. I've been in patrol for a good amount of time. I was in special victims as a detective for a period of time. I spent some time in school resource for 5 years, working with different age groups between there and the high school for 5 years. Back to patrol. I also was a drone operator, so I would operate and fly the drone for air support for our patrol units. and our canine. And then recently, now I'm a GCU detective, which is general crimes in our central district.
Now, Detective, I want to direct your attention specifically to this case. Do you recall responding to the crime scene in this case?
I do.
And tell the jury about how that transpired.
Well, I was working night shift patrol on the night of the 5th, and back in 2019, this was in January, and there was a call about a shooting at a residence. So we responded there in emergency fashion with lights and sirens, got there expeditiously as possible. There were multiple units that got there pretty simultaneously, and as I exited my truck, because I was a drone operator at that point, I started making my way up toward the house in a tactful fashion, and I could see what appeared to be a person lying on the ground, kind of splitting the threshold of the patio door, and I could see my lieutenant, whom you just spoke with, or you heard speak earlier. He was making his way into the house, and he was given instruction, we need to get this person out of the doorway. So that became my focus, and I went to that person, and I could see that she was still conscious, and me and an unknown officer from Haines City, because they also responded as well, helped me pull this lady out from the threshold to kind of open up the entryway to the door. And as we pulled her across, she was still conscious, she was still making remarks, but I could tell she had been injured and hurt because she had a lot of blood about her face, and primarily like her cheek and her mouth, and she was making spontaneous statements, and we were trying to keep her alert, try to calm her down, and try to provide medical aid.
As she was kind of hyped up and excited, what spontaneous statement did she make?
She was saying, David Murdock shot me, he shot me.
Now, besides this one lady and the male that was laying in the grass, were those the only two civilians you could see on scene at that point?
Yes, but my attention was primarily toward the victim in here, the person that had been injured. I could see out of my peripherals that some of my other colleagues were dealing with somebody that was over in like a grassy area off to the side. Who that person was and what they were doing, I really don't know, because I was afraid due to her injury that she was going to pass and that I was going to be the one receiving her last testimonial as to what had occurred. So it was my primary job to provide the aid that I could and try to get her to survive, on top of, if she didn't survive, to go ahead and get her last testimony as to what had occurred, so that way I could provide that to the investigators that were going to be responding to conduct the remaining of the investigation.
After she said, David Murdock shot me, he shot me, did she still remain conscious?
She did. I made it a point to try to keep her conscious. Myself, having been shot in the line of duty, I knew the importance of staying alert and oriented and trying to get your blood pressure down, because of course that's going to help with the bleeding, so that way you're not, over bleeding. I yelled to another deputy that was coming up, hey, you need to grab me a red bag, and a red bag is a piece of equipment that's issued to us by the sheriff. And inside of it's got a bunch of different, first responding medical supplies, gauze, tape, things like that. And we were still waiting for EMS to come in because they were waiting for us to ensure that the scene was secure, which at that point, we did not know if it was secure or not. Because like I said, we still had units that were going in the house. We were still trying to figure out a lot of the different cogs that were going on inside this scene. So I was specifically paying attention to mine, and that was to keep this person as much aid as possible. So I finally got that red bag. I applied the dressing on one side of her cheek, which I could tell from in my own experience, unfortunately, knowing what an entrance wound looks like, that this was probably where the one shot went in. So I applied pressure there. I was trying to look in her mouth to see what kind of injury we were dealing with. Like I said, there was still, because it's in the head and the face, there's a lot of blood, unfortunately. So we're trying to clear that out. And I could tell that it looked like it went through, because the other piece was really jagged. So I've got compressions now on both sides of the face, trying to control the bleeding from the outside. There's not a whole lot I can do with the inside, except for try to maybe put some stuff inside her mouth, which I don't recall if I did or not. But I got the outside dressings done, and then by that time EMS got there. And I was trying to brief them, hey, this is what I got, this is what I saw, this is how I treated it. And then they kind of took it over from there. But I still remained with her to see how she was doing, to make sure that she was staying alert and cognizant and whatnot with EMS. And by that time, I was also trying to pull her own personal information as well.
Did it appear, Detective, then that you were able to identify one gunshot entry wound as well as one gunshot exit wound that were both in her face?
Yes.
Objection, meeting and compound as well.
Overruled.
Now, knowing about that injury and you described the treatment you gave her, is the red bag that you were given literally a red bag?
It is literally a red bag.
And what might be inside that red bag?
Like I said, it's going to be made up of different styles of medical equipment. We carry a lot of gauze, tape, scissors. Anymore, like I've actually, my red bag got so full of different pieces of equipment, I've actually transferred it to a bright orange backpack. So that way I have my AED pads, my AED batteries. I've got everything I'm going to need to treat any one particular person medically with a one-stop shop, basically. But in that bag, it's got a lot of different equipment there that we can use to provide treatment for people if they're injured.
Detective, shortly after the lady that you were working on made that spontaneous statement, David Murdock shot me, he shot me, did she make any other spontaneous statements?
I was just trying to get her to calm down. I did ask her if she knew where he went, and she really couldn't advise. I asked her what was he wearing. She really couldn't advise. She just knew that the person who shot her was that particular person. She was very adamant that that was that person.
Did she ask where is Lisa?
She did. That was one of her other statements. She asked, "Where is Lisa?" I did not know of a Lisa. I didn't know there was even another person involved in this. And I don't really know whatever came of Lisa.
And did she finally ask you, is Lisa okay?
Objection, meeting.
Sustained.
What was the last statement that she made to you?
She, when she did ask about Lisa, I had to tell her, I'm like, I don't know. Right now, my attention is focused on you because you're my primary objective. I said, I've got other deputies that are here. We're trying to keep the scene under control, and if I can get any information in regards to that to you later, I will. But right now, these are the things I need you to do. And that's when I was asking her, well, you know, where did David go? What was he wearing? You're trying to get that last testimonial. And then when she would start to get really upset, I'd be like, honey, I just need you to calm down. I need you to just focus on your breathing, because when you're hyperventilating and whatnot, especially with the pain I know she had to have been in, she just wasn't able to communicate effectively. So I was trying to work as best I could to keep her calm down and under control, but at the same time get the information I needed out of her so that way I could relay that to the other units that were coming.
Did she appear that she was concerned about Lisa?
100%.
Now, once you're able to help her in all the ways that you just mentioned, and EMS is able to help her however they can help her, where did she end up going?
EMS finally got her stabilized, and they transported her to Lakeland Regional. I was in tow. I was with her from the moment I met her at the threshold of that door until she finally got up to the TICU, which is the trauma unit at Lakeland Regional. I was even with her whenever she went through to go get her CAT scan in the ER.
Did you make contact with the supervising nurse and the ER doctor/surgeon?
I did. I made contact with both the on-duty charge nurse and the treating physician. I made a request because we were working an active crime scene that anything that was to come off of her body, I would need as potential evidence. Being that I've worked very closely with Lakeland Regional in the past with my tenure in service, they knew exactly what I was looking for. And they knew that each article that would come off of her needed to be bagged individually. So every time a piece of clothing or something would come off, whether it be jewelry, clothing, undergarments, They were all bagged separately, so that way we could keep track of them all. I took inventory of them, and then later on, I would turn all those over to our crime scene tech when they showed up.
So that would include her bloody clothes?
Correct.
So did she receive treatment at the Lakeland Regional?
She did.
Now, as you were at Lakeland Regional and she was receiving treatment, did one of the detectives from the homicide unit arrive named Detective Angel Shireman?
She did.
Did you have an opportunity, once you were given the green light, to actually take some photographs of St. Andrews?
I did because being that this is a very sensitive investigation, normally our crime scene folks would do that. But due to her status and her injuries, when I was talking with Detective Shireman, she said, if we're able to go ahead and capture some photos of her injuries, to go ahead and do so.
You say irrelevancy at this point.
Overruled.
So someone asked you to take photos and you did so?
I did.
All right, Detective. Detective, did you have an opportunity at my office some time ago to look at a series of photographs?
I did.
If I may approach, please, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm going to show you some photographs in the form of 14 through 18, as well as 212 through 216. If you can take a moment, look through those photographs, and when you're done, tell me if you recognize those photographs.
Yes, sir.
All right, there's some additional photographs I'm going to ask you questions about, but they've already been moved into evidence. So as it pertains to those photographs, do those fairly accurately depict the crime scene, some things about the crime scene, as well as some pictures that you took of Sandra Andrews at Lakeland Regional?
Yes, sir. These photographs are depicted as Exhibit 14 through 18. I can recognize these as being the area of the patio.
I'll ask you some more questions about those in a
Okay.
moment. And then the other numbers are those photographs that you took of the victim at Lakeland Regional?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Your Honor, the state would move those photos into evidence.
Any objection?
If I could just briefly see those photos, just to make sure.
Any objection, Ms. Toomey?
No, sir, Your Honor.
They will be received.
Your Honor, would it be all right for Detective Brassel to step down?
Yes, and Mr. Levine, if you can make sure that when you do that, the witness positions himself or herself so that it doesn't block the view of these
Yes, Your Honor.
folks down here in front.
Thank you. All right, Detective Brassel?
Can you come down here with you, Mark?
Yes, please. I have a few particular questions about some photographs. And if you can just stand so that the two ladies in the front can see what we're talking about here. First, I'm going to show you a couple photos that are already in evidence. This is State Exhibit number 3. Now, as you, the early morning hours of the date that we're talking about here, as you go up that driveway, do you see the red bag that you were talking about?
I do. Yes, it's right here.
Point to the jury, if you would, Detective. Where did you first make contact with Miss Sanda?
She was right here in this threshold area, right here.
And then State Exhibit 5A, is that where you made contact with her?
It's a better area, yep, right in here.
All right, give me one quick minute. Thank you, those two go back together. All right, now Detective, we're gonna look at some photos that you just moved into evidence in the form of 14. Were there various items on the ground as you were working on Miss Sanda?
Yes, sir, this appears to be a set of glasses right here,
Number 15,
the other cell phone.
there appear to be, or we'll go to number 16, does there appear to be blood both next to the cell phone and all over the cell phone?
Yes, sir.
Number 17, next to the blood, there appear to be a white object in that picture right there.
Yes, sir, yes, sir.
And then as we get a closer up, number 18, does that appear to be a human tooth?
It does appear so.
Now, next, we're gonna go to State Exhibit 212. What do we see in 212?
This would be the room number, which I documented in my report. This is up in the TICU where she was being taken care of.
What does 213 show?
This is the victim that I was dealing with at the threshold of the doorway.
Next, we move to 214. What does 214 show?
It shows some gauze that's packing one of the wounds that she had sustained.
And then next we go to number 215 being her left cheek. What does that photo show of her left cheek?
That would be the entry wound that I was speaking of.
And the final photograph would be number 216, the red cheek. I mean, not the red cheek, the right cheek.
And here you can see where it's ripped a little bit more, as if it's an exit wound.
And as law enforcement, of course, try to close it back up, so you saw perhaps more pronounced.
Yeah, this is much cleaner. They've already done several rounds of treatment between the folks in the EMS and the guys at the emergency room. This was, of course, way worse whenever I was dealing with it, trying to get it to stop.
All right, Detective, you may have a seat.
Thank you, sir.
All right, Detective, I don't have any further questions for you. Thank you.
Cross?
Good morning.
Good morning.
So you helped extricate or take Sandra Andrews out of the Florida room at that residence?
Correct.
Okay. And I think you had testified on direct that when you were speaking to Miss Andrews, you had asked her who had done this or where this person was, right?
I asked what had happened.
Okay. And when you asked her where this person was, she was not able to tell you, correct?
She was not.
Thank you.
Redirect.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Is this witness released?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Toomey?
Yes, Richard.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Next witness.
All right, thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Joni Masad.
Step up right here, you're gonna raise your right hand and be sworn in by the clerk.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Just watch your step here.
Good morning.
Good morning.
right, thank you, Your Honor. Good morning again, ma'am.
Good morning.
May you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Joni Masad.
And what community do you live in?
My husband and I live in Sweetwater Golf and Tennis in the winter months. We usually come down from Michigan in October and we stay through April.
Now, when these events took place, did you also live in that same community?
Yes, my husband and I did.
Describe to the jury, what type of community is that? And kind of what's the setup of that community?
It's a very friendly community, very active, 55 and over. We have lots of activities, golf, tennis, pickleball now too. We have our own ballroom and our own pub. And you can be as active as you want, or other activities, card playing, bingo, lots of things to do.
And is it a fair statement that a lot of the community members that live there, they're friendly and they interact with groups of friends?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, my husband and I have kind of a circle of friends that we do things with, but we're still friendly with everyone in the community.
Who helped you with your first piece of property that you bought within the Sweetwater community?
Yeah, my husband and I had gone down to visit my sister and her husband in Sweetwater Golf and Tennis. And after we'd been there a few days, we enjoyed it so much, we started talking with Sanda Andrews. She's a real estate agent, and she worked with us, showed us probably about 6 or 7 homes at the time. Then we went back to Michigan, but I stayed in touch with Sanda after we went back. And then she ultimately said, one of the houses we looked at, the price had been reduced. Were we interested? So my husband and I followed through, made an offer and bought a house, and Sanda did all the work for us as a realtor.
Coincidentally, did the house end up being across the street from where Miss Sanda lived?
Yes, the house we bought was directly right across from where Sanda Andrew lives.
Now, the house where you live in now, and you don't have to give the address, but is it still in the same community?
Yes, my husband and I bought a second home in May of 2 years ago, and because it was bigger and it had a view of the golf course, and it's still in the same community. It's just about 5 or 6 homes away, and we ultimately sold our first home since then.
And who helped you with those transactions?
Sanda Andrews did. We tried to sell it on our own at first, but then we were having not the exposure that we wanted. So we went to Sanda, signed a contract with Sanda, and within 2-3 weeks, she had an offer for us, and we followed through, and she closed the deal for us also and sold it.
Besides being neighbors and her being your real estate agent, did you guys interact or socialize a lot?
I wouldn't say a lot, no. Sanda wasn't in our circle of friends, but we were always very friendly and felt we could text her or ask her anything. She would keep an eye on the outside of our house while we were gone in the summer. She would ask if they could park their vehicle in it, if they had a second vehicle. But I wouldn't say she wasn't in our tight circle of friends, but we were very friendly and chatty with her when we saw her.
And did Miss Andrews have a separate circle of friends that she would more commonly hang out with?
Yes, she did.
In that circle of friends, did you meet on at least one occasion the deceased victim, in this case, Lisa Bunce?
Yes, I did.
And did you meet on at least one occasion the defendant, David Murdock?
Yes, I did.
Describe to the jury how and where you met the defendant and Lisa in conjunction with Sanda.
Okay. I came out of my home and Sanda and the defendant and Lisa were out on Sanda's sitting outside in chairs and enjoying the Florida day. And Sanda said, "Oh, come on over and meet my friends." So came over and she introduced them and she asked if I wanted to stay for a drink. And I said, "No, thank you. I was off to do something." And so that was pretty much the primary. I believe she did say that her friend was from up north, so we have that in common, the Michigan and Ohio, I believe she was from.
Now, the Sweetwater community, is that a gated community?
It is a gated community, yes.
And describe what that means.
In our community, I believe there's 4 ways you can get into our community. The first way is people that own there can get a garage door opener and program it so that when you get up there, you just hit the clicker, it opens. A second way is you're given a 4-digit code that you use when you get to the key box, and you put pound and the 4-digit in, and that's assigned just to you, and the gate opens. The third way is you can tell a friend to put in your house number, just a straight house number, and it's assigned and set up to my cell phone. My cell phone rings, I answer it, and then I just push the number 9, and the gate opens for anyone that I know is coming. The fourth way is someone could follow another car in, because the gate stays open long enough where another car could follow someone in.
So in a perfect world, the front gate is secured and you have to either know someone or know the code or have somebody help you get in, is that correct?
It is, except in the case where they could follow someone in. That's the other case.
All right, now, the location of your residence, you mentioned, is across the street from Miss Andrews' residence. If you looked out your front window, what would you see as it pertains to her residence?
Yes, we would see Sanda's lanai and her she has the lanai there and then a porch off to the right. That's what we would see, in her lamp post right there.
Is Sweetwater a pretty peaceful community?
Yes, it is.
Is it like loud, wild parties, or is it pretty quiet?
No, it's pretty quiet.
Now, the specific night when all this happened, do you recall what was going on during that day and into the evening with you and your husband?
My husband and I had just came home that day. He had had a procedure at Moffitt, and so we'd been gone for a couple days, and we came home. We were both very tired, so we went to bed early, like 8 or 8:30, and then it proceeded where we were woke up when we heard a couple of gunshots.
When you heard those gunshots, what did you do?
Both my husband and I got up, and the first thing we did is made sure the doors were locked, because we normally did not lock our doors. Then my husband went to the window and was looking outside, and he said, "There's a man out there," and he's walking in front of Sanda's house and by her lamp post, walking on the street or walking in the grass back and forth, but he was staying right there. But we didn't recognize him.
Did you have an opportunity then to look out the window and see that male?
Yes, I did too. I also looked out the window and saw him. And also then my husband went into our lanai, which is a screened-in porch, but it only has vinyl windows, so you can hear better, and we leave one window cracked. And my husband said he could hear someone whimpering and crying.
When you looked outside, did you just see that the one person, the one male?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, as you went closer to the front of your residence, did you hear Sanda saying anything?
No, I did not.
Now, what did you do next well, let me backtrack for a moment. At that point, could you see Sanda or see anyone else besides the one male who was in front of the house?
No, I could not.
What did you do next?
After my husband had said, "I hear some whimpering and crying," I said, "I'm going to call Sanda," which I did, but it went right to her voicemail. So then my husband and I talked, and I said, "I'm going to call 911. So my husband stood at the window, which is by our kitchen sink, where he could look through the window, and I was on the phone with the 911 operator, and she was asking me questions, you know, did I recognize him? Could I tell his nationality? What was he wearing? What was his height? Just general questions, and what was he doing basically at the time?
While that was going on, were you able to carry on a dialogue with the 911 operator and answer her questions?
Yes, I was.
When you heard the gunshots and then subsequently called Sanda and she didn't answer, were you concerned at that point?
Yes, I was.
Did you see the male doing anything particular when you turned the light on at your residence?
Yes. My husband, as I mentioned, was in the window looking out, and we had our light in the kitchen on, and the man was standing there, and he put his hands up like this, like, I'm guilty, or I'm under arrest or whatever, or I'm not guilty. I don't know what the sense of why he did that, but he put his hands up.
And that was towards your direction?
Yes.
So did it appear that he was looking at you and your husband?
Yes.
And you and your husband were looking back at him?
Yes, so we turned off our kitchen lights so he couldn't see us as well.
What happened next?
The 911 operator asked if I would stay on the line with her. She said, the police are coming. Please stay on the line and just keep telling me what you see this man do. And he was standing, or sometimes he would sit on the grass right by the lamppost. And then I said to her, I can see officers coming from both my left and my right on the street, and they're coming, and they arrested him. They had their shields. They arrested him and handcuffed him. And as soon as they did that, then other, I believe it must have been medical staff, came in right away, and they took Sanda out of her lanai and just down a couple steps and had her just outside her lanai, laying outside. And that's when we knew, of course, that Sanda was the one that was whimpering and crying.
Did you hear Sanda at that point after they brought her closer to the street?
Yes, I did.
Say anything?
I heard Sanda say, you didn't have to kill my friend. Why did you kill my friend?
Now, have you had an opportunity some time ago to come to my office and look at some photographs?
Yes, I did.
In a moment, I'm going to show you those photographs, and I want you to take your time and look at each of the photographs, and then tell me if you recognize those photographs.
Okay.
For the record, I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 181, 183, 184, and 193. You can hold those down and take a look at those photographs.
Mm-hmm.
And when you're done looking through them, just let me know if you recognize the subject matter that's shown in those photos.
Yes, the aerial shot that is over top of the front part of our home and most of Sanda's home, I recognize that. And I recognize the community because I've seen aerial views of it in the past.
And does the last photograph show not only Sanda's house, but also your house
Correct.
and the vantage point?
Yes, correct.
All right, thank you. I'll take those photos back for a moment.
Okay.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move State's Exhibit 181, 183, and 184 in evidence.
Not 193.
Correct, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No, sir, Your Honor.
They will be received.
And then Your Honor, the state would move 193 into evidence.
Any objection?
Yes, Judge, to 193,
The objection?
if we can approach.
Just some discussion on some of the photographs.
All right, we're back on the record. Mr. Murdock is present with both lawyers. Both lawyers for the state are present. The defense investigator is also here. Mr. Johnson, there's something we need to pick up.
Your Honor, I spoke with the defense. This is the time our crime scene, or actually forensic investigator now, that took the photographs at the autopsy and recovered the projectiles, is going to testify, and I believe the defense may have a couple questions or possibly some objections about the specific photographs from the autopsy. I'll also note, Judge, that the witness that is scheduled to be here at 1 called about 15 minutes ago and said they were running a little late because of the traffic, but that was about 15 minutes ago, so I kind of expect them to be here. It just may be not, well, we're already not at 1, but they put me in a panic when they said they might be late.
Ms. Jimmy, are you ready to take up the photographs?
I am, Judge.
All right.
With regards to photograph 231, that's been identified for, by the state, 232, 233, 234, 235, 236, 237, 238, 251, 252, and 253. I do not have an objection to.
Okay.
The ones, I also do not have an objection, a specific objection to 248, 247, now I'm going backwards, 246, 245, 244, 242, and 243, I do not have an objection to. The ones that I do have an objection to would be 240, which appears to be the upper torso photo at autopsy of Lisa Bunce. 241, the lower torso of Lisa Bunce at autopsy. And 249, which appears to be a duplicative, cumulative of another photograph that I did not object to. And then 250 appears to be the inside body cavity of Lisa Bunce with an apparent bullet hole. If the court wants to see
I
it.
see those and the ones you don't object to.
Just to put them kind of in order.
Okay, so these are the ones that I would object to.
That you do object to.
Yes, and these are the ones that I do not.
Okay. Do we know which one 249 is duplicative of? That's this one.
Yes,
I can just flip through, I guess.
sorry. I think they're kind of in the middle.
I hand these back to you because I'm not
You did
seeing
not-
them. This looks like it is left underarm area, but I'm not seeing the left underarm area. The other stack.
Oh, not, oh. Judge, if I may. So the 248 and 249,
Oh,
This is 248, which I did not
Different angle.
object, and then 249 was the one that I objected to.
So let's take up this first, Mr. Johnson, response, it's duplicative.
Yes, Judge, the purpose of the first photograph, I haven't memorized the actual numbers. But the exhibit 249 is intended to show the exit wound from the left arm that then traveled into the chest cavity, which is the fatal wound. This is obviously on 249 is the interior wound. The 248 is designed to show the entrance wound that then traveled through the arm. And then you can see that for example, the chest wound or the underarm wound is not the prominent focus of that one. So it's to really tie together how the bullet came in and went out. So in that regard, I don't know that it is duplicated.
Response?
Judge, I believe that 248 depicts all three of the wounds, the entrance wound, exit wound, and then an additional entrance wound on Ms. Bunce. 249 appears to only have two, so I would not object to 248
All right.
being admitted, but would object to 248.
I'm sorry,
I would object to 249, but would not object to 248.
I do see what Mr. Johnson is talking about, there being an apparent entry, apparent exit, and then a re-entry in 248, and then 249. It shows the exit wound more clearly than in the other. Otherwise, it depicts what's in 248. But given that it is clearer in 249 than it is in 248 based on the angle, I will deny your motion to exclude 249. Now, what is your objection with respect to the remaining three, 240, 241, and 250? And if we are on live stream, so if you make sure you actually, the other way is better, this to me, because the camera comes from this way.
Those are just general relevancy photographs. I understand it shows the victim, but I don't understand what the lower torso indicates in 241. And any relevancy that there is would be substantially outweighed by the unfair prejudice to Mr. Murdock. So it's more of a 403 type argument.
Mr. Johnson?
As to these three, Judge, I'll start with the lowest number so that we can keep track here. 241 is an overall of Ms. Bunce, and does depict, so that we recognize that for point of reference, where these wounds are coming from. And it's a single photograph that has her name and the case number on it, and I believe it's relevant in that regard to establish, especially it also, establishes who she is, but there's also the areas of the wounds, like under the arm, that kind of show exactly perspective of the human body. Like if you close up on a particular wound, if you step back and go, oh, there's where it is, that's what that first photograph is supposed to show.
I see that as you respond.
Yes, and that would be 240 for the record. 241 shows the lower portion of Ms. Bunce's body as it relates to the shrapnel from the glass door. When the bullet passed through it, the medical examiner will testify that these black and blue marks are as a result of the glass that then accelerates to near the speed that the bullet is traveling. It also helps establish where she was when that happened. So from a forensic standpoint, it's evidence to show that she was passed in the glass door when that happened. And so really, that's what it's being used to. And unfortunately, you know, there are wounds on both sides of her legs and in her abdomen. So to try to get a picture that's relevant to show each and every one of those, I thought it would be more prudent to just have the lower portion of her body. And then as to 250, this is a internal perforation wound from the fatal shot that penetrated her chest cavity and through her heart and into her lungs. I did not put in the heart and the lungs, but this does show that the bullet went through and punctured the cavity. It's something that the medical examiner would testify to.
Let me see the unobjected to step.
Yes, sir.
Any additional argument, Ms. Toomey?
No, sir, Judge, other than the fact that the state, which has been identified for, exhibit that has been identified for the state as 79 and was admitted as state's exhibit 79, clearly shows the face of Lisa Bunce with the various injuries to that arm and some blood on her face as well, so, as well as does what's been introduced as state's exhibit 69, 70, and 72. So the argument would be, once again, it's cumulative, and even if there is as well as relevancy with regards to the 403 argument, I don't know if the court wants to see these that have already been introduced. You did.
All right. As to 241 and 250, the court finds that the danger for unfair prejudice, I'm sorry, that the relevance outweighs any danger of unfair prejudice based on what Mr. Johnson has said about it showing full body and the location of specific injuries and the internal showing that the bullet did in fact penetrate the internal organ, the body cavity of the alleged victim. I will grant the motion as to 240. Those injuries are clearly depicted in 241 and other injuries, other photographs, I should say, so I will grant the motion as to exhibit 240.
And just so that I can see which one is 240? Okay.
I've got them all out of order. So.
That's okay. Just give me a minute to go back.
And I do want you to know about camera angles. I misspoke. It will pick it up if you're standing with your back and looking at them this way, and it will pick them up if you are standing. Just be careful with these when you're moving across the courtroom.
So the camera's coming from that direction?
It's coming from two directions because one captures the bench, one captures the well. It does not capture the television, though. I made sure when they set it up that tape on the floor suggests don't go any further than that, or it will show it. Just when you're carrying them around the courtroom, it might be best to hold them face down.
Sure. That's fine. So I just want to make sure I remove the one that the court has found. That would be 240. It's
Right.
not.
That's correct.
Okay. Did you have anything else with the projectile? Well, no. If I can just have one moment to check to make sure the witness is here.
You may.
Ready to get going? That's not that bad. witness is present.
All right. Yeah.
All rise, please.
You may be seated. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. Assisting us with court security this afternoon is Deputy Prince at the back door. State, call your next witness.
Linda Hill.
Step up here, raise your right hand to be sworn into the clerk.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Step here.
Good afternoon. Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Linda Hill.
All right, I'm going to make sure that you speak up loud enough, okay? I know you're a little soft-spoken. Make sure everybody can hear you. If you guys can't hear, let us know, all right? Linda Hill?
Yes.
Would you spell your first name for the court reporter?
Lynda.
And where are you employed?
Currently, Haines City Police Department.
All right. And what do you do for the Haines City Police Department?
Property and evidence technician.
And what is that?
Basically, I intake the property that the officers turn in.
Okay. And that's for the Haines City Police Department?
Yes,
And how long have you worked for Haines City?
a little over a year.
All right. Prior to that, were you employed by any law enforcement agencies?
Yes,
And who was that?
the Polk County Sheriff's Office,
And how long were you employed by the Polk County Sheriff's Office?
30 years.
30 years?
Yes,
All right. Did you retire from the Sheriff's Office?
yes.
And when was that approximately?
October of 22.
And so since then, you've gone back to work?
Yes.
All right. So this is how you're enjoying your retirement. All right. So tell us a little bit about the 30 years you spent in the sheriff's office. What was your duty? What did you do for the sheriff's office?
Well, I started when I was 17, so I was part-time, and then when I became full-time, I moved to 911 dispatching, and then from there, I went to crime scene investigations.
All right. And how long were you in crime scene investigations?
25 years.
So would you give the folks in the jury a little bit of an understanding of what a crime scene investigator does? What is their job responsibility at the sheriff's office?
They respond to crime scenes, they document them with photographs, videos. They process for fingerprints and collect evidence, and then document everything in a report.
All right. Now, directing your attention back to January of 2019, were you employed at the Polk County Sheriff's Office?
Yes,
And were you employed as a crime scene investigator?
yes,
Were you assigned any duties as it relates to the homicide of Lisa Bunce and the shooting of Santa Andrews at 373 Melbourne Drive in Haines City?
yes,
Did you actually respond to the scene at some point?
yes.
All right. Was there any other crime scene investigators also assigned to that case?
Yes, Tracy Wright.
All right. So explain to us how you and Tracy Wright would be involved in a scene. Who was the primary person, or is there a primary person?
Yes, so typically on a homicide investigation, we have 2 technicians and a supervisor. So Tracy was the lead, so she was responsible for documenting the entire scene and collecting all the evidence, and then I was a backup.
Okay. And the backup person takes additional photographs, kind of does that, they back up.
Yeah, so I was responsible for photos and video.
Okay. Now, we're going to talk to her later, but I want to talk about some things that only you were involved with.
Okay.
So tell us a little bit about other things that crime scene investigators do in addition to go to the crime scene and take pictures and collect evidence. What are some other things that crime scene investigators do?
Attend the autopsy of the victims, and then occasionally we do aerials.
Okay. So what I want to do is direct your attention first to the aerials. Tell us, I say the word aerial, and a lot of things come to my mind. Tell us what that means when it comes to being a crime scene investigator.
You get in the helicopter and you basically hang out the door and take photos.
Okay. Is that done around the time of the homicide? In other words, if it happens at night, do you go up that night, or is there a time period that you have to get that task accomplished?
No, so typically we try to do it the same day, but depending on the weather, or if they can't come up or they're busy, we may do it a week or so or sometime later, but as long as it gets done for the case.
Okay, so you try to be as contemporaneous with the incident as you can,
Yes.
but helicopters have some restrictions with weather and things like that.
Right.
All right. So in that regard, I'm going to show you a series of photographs. And when I do, I'm going to ask you to take a look through them and see if you recognize what they are. So I'm going to show you what has previously been marked for purposes of identification as States Exhibits 81 through 92, excluding 181, 184, and 183. I'm going to show you those two, but these have not been moved into evidence. So take a look at these, and for the record, that's 181 through 192, with the exception of 181, 183, and 184 that have previously been moved into evidence. Take a look at those. Let me know when you've had a chance to see them all. All right, had a chance to look at them?
Yes,
You recognize what they are?
yes,
What are they?
the aerial photos that I took.
All right, are they fair and accurate depictions of what you took that day?
Yes.
This time I'd ask that States Exhibit 181, 182, and then 185 through 192 be admitted as full exhibits and published to the jury.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
They will be received.
I'm also going to show you what's previously been admitted into evidence as States 181, 183, and 184, and have you look at those. You recognize those as well?
Yes.
That's a little skinnier pile. You recognize those as well?
Yes.
Are they actually part of the series of aerial photographs that you took?
Yes.
Could you tell us when you took these photographs?
The 13th of January?
Okay, so if this incident occurred on the 5th, that was about a week or so after?
Yes.
And what I want to do is go through these, starting with 181. And we have had some reference to it in the past. But my first question before we get started is, can you see that?
It'd be better if I can come down there.
We kind of have permission for the witness to stand
Yes,
down.
just please make sure of the position of the witness. You may step down.
All right. So where my podium was, you were going to be. All right. You can see that now? All right. Second question, can everybody else see that?
Yes.
Okay. I can blow it up a little bit. Let me see if I don't knock it out of focus. Better?
Yeah.
Okay. So could you tell us, this is one of those lawyer questions. We can see what's on the screen, but we have a court reporter taking things down. Could you tell us what we're looking at there in the picture? And this is for the record, this is Exhibit 181.
It's an aerial of the scene, and the bottom left corner here is going to be the entrance into the subdivision.
Okay, so right here, I'm going to use the overhead. If I was to kind of follow this, what is this road right here?
1792.
All right, and it's the area that you're trying to photograph, is that this community right in here?
Yes.
All right, and this is a lake below it?
Yes,
You know if that's Lake Henry?
I believe so, yes.
And you said this is the entrance area?
Yes.
All right. Looking at Exhibit 182. We have not yet seen that one, although it's perhaps a little bit closer. What are we looking at there for the record?
It's kind of the same thing. So what'll happen is whenever we do aerials, the helicopter will hover around the scene, and we're just taking pictures as he circles. So you're going to see different angles, but the same thing. So this is basically just the community of Sweetwater.
So for purposes of the record, we kind of moved a little bit to the east from the first picture. We've kind of traveled along 1792 a little bit further east as this picture is being taken.
Yes.
If that's east going to the left of the screen.
Yes.
So that'd be south if we go to the top of the screen.
Yes.
All right. You did not know this was going to be a geography lesson. All right, 183, which has already been referred to in our other testimony. What are we looking at there for the record?
It's showing the sign that says Sweetwater going into the subdivision. So what I'll try to do is get aerials for the overall and then try to guide you based on a series of photos into where we're going. towards the right, which would be southwest-ish, west. So this is the far left side of the community, and then,
And does this depict, what are we looking at right in here? Is this sort of the road into the community?
yeah, that's the entrance.
185?
Yeah, it's just the overall community, now it's just a little bit closer.
186?
And then it's gonna get closer to the actual house. So you see they're all kind of on top of each other, but I'm gonna try to focus in just on the house.
All right, so the house that you're going to be focusing on, and we're starting to see it more centered in the photograph.
Yes.
Is that house located right here with the little maroon golf cart?
Yes.
Exhibit 187,
Yes,
same thing here?
yeah, it's just closer.
All right, and again, this is ultimately what you're focusing on is this address.
Yes.
Now, the angle here, this changes a little bit. Does it not?
Yes.
So what direction are we looking at this point? Are we looking, is this the entrance here, or the entrance road in?
I think one of your previous pictures shows the,
In other words, the 1792 now at the top of the screen as opposed to the bottom of the screen, like we had been seeing.
yes,
Okay.
sorry, that threw me off.
We're now looking north instead of south.
Yes,
So your helicopter has now moved over Lake Henry and is looking north as opposed to being over 1792 looking south.
yes,
And is this also from the south looking north?
yes,
And is this the roadway coming into the development from 1792?
yes,
190? What are we looking at in this photograph?
I tried to get as close to the house as I could get from the helicopter.
Okay. So the house that we're looking at, is that the one again with the little maroon golf cart?
Yes,
And then finally, exhibit 192. For the record, what are we looking at here?
it's the same thing, except it's moving back around. So it's more towards the left side of the house now.
And again, we're talking about this house right here.
Yes.
All right. All right, you can have a seat for a second. Thank you. Now, in addition to doing these aerials, you indicated that you do crime scenes, aerials, you also attend the autopsy, is that correct?
Yes.
Tell us a little bit about the purpose of a crime scene investigator being at an autopsy.
So we can document the victim's injuries and collect additional evidence.
What types of evidence would you collect at an autopsy?
Depends on the type of case. So in a homicide investigation, we typically do fingernail swabbings, swabbings, clippings. We collect head hair, all of their clothes, fingerprints, palm prints, blood, and then any additional evidence. So if it's a shooting and there's projectiles, if they are removed from the body, we get those. I'm trying to think, but okay, I think I pretty much gave you.
Sure.
the gist
So,
of it.
so let me back up for a second. What would be the purpose of getting a dead person's fingerprints?
Well, for one, to confirm it's them.
Okay, fair enough. Is that something that would be possibly compared later on to things that might be recovered at a crime scene
Could be, yes,
to eliminate?
yes.
How about the fingernail, you indicated both swabbings and clippings.
Yes,
Is that of fingernails?
Yes.
Well, first of all, what's a swabbing? You say a word like that, and I can think of a bunch of things, but you tell us what it means in crime scene investigation to have a fingernail swabbing.
So we take sterile swabs and we swab up under the fingernails for DNA.
All right. And the clippings?
For DNA,
Okay, so there's two different ways you can try to collect DNA.
yes, but we do both.
Okay. The type of DNA, what are you trying to potentially collect as far as its evidentiary value in a particular case?
If the victim may have struggled with the suspect, we're hoping that the suspect DNA would be under either the fingernails or on the fingernails themselves.
Okay, which is why you would collect both.
Yes,
So if somebody scratched their assailant, perhaps blood or skin cells might be underneath their fingernails.
yes.
What about the blood? What would be the purpose of collecting blood?
They do toxicology, and I'm not sure what all else they do with it. We just collect it, and then if it's sent off, that's up to a detective for that.
Okay. So toxicology to see if somebody might have died of something else.
Yes.
Maybe if they were under the influence of something. How about for like DNA purposes? Is blood another way to get DNA from the victim?
Yes.
So is there a set of procedures that you use, like a protocol, where you start here and then you work your way through the list when you are present at an autopsy?
Yes.
So tell us a little bit about that process.
We typically photograph them first before the autopsy is started to show their condition. And then we move into like removing their clothing, collecting the fingernail swabbings and clippings. Then we go through the autopsy itself, and sometimes depending on the doctor, the fingerprints are done either before the autopsy is finished or after.
So let me direct you to the autopsy photo portion. And I'm going to show you what's previously been marked for purposes of identification as State's Exhibit 231 through 239 and 241 through 253. I'm going to ask you to take a look at those and tell me if you recognize what they are.
Mr. Johnson, those numbers again?
231 through 239, and then 241 to 253.
Including 249?
I believe 240 was the...
Oh, you are correct, thank you.
Well, it's good to have checks and balances.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. You recognize what they are?
Yes.
What are they?
Pictures from the autopsy.
Are they fair and accurate depictions of the photographs that you took and what you observed the day the autopsy of Lisa Bunce was conducted?
Yes.
This time I'd ask that States Exhibit 231 through 239 and 241 through 253 be admitted as full exhibits and published to the jury.
Ms. Toomey,
Judge, I would just make the same objection otherwise.
same ruling. They will be received.
Just making sure I have them all in the right order. All right. I'm going to start off with the first group. I think you indicated in your testimony that the first thing you do is collect all of the clothing and things like that, correct?
Yes.
And in this case, did you indeed collect or photograph and collect certain items of clothing from Miss Bunce.
Yes.
So I'm going to start with Exhibit 231.
You need to step down again,
And
whenever you feel ready.
all right. And again, for the record, we can all see kind of what this is, but if you would go ahead and spell it out for us, what are we looking at in Exhibit 231?
Sometimes in addition to us taking photos of their clothing, the medical personnel will also take photos. So they wanted to lay out her clothes, and this is a photo of a bullet hole in the jeans.
All right, and this is something you actually observed as well?
Yes.
And may have actually taken other photographs?
Yes.
Okay. And is this the type of thing, as far as the relevance of the clothes, that you would be interested in photographing to document a apparent bullet hole in the pants?
Yes.
And to see if that matched up perhaps with any wounds to the person's body?
I don't do the matching, but yes.
Right, but I mean, that's the purpose of it.
Yes.
Okay. All right, Exhibit 232. What are we looking at there?
So it's still the pants, but it's like the leg area of the left side of the pants.
So this is kind of down between your legs.
Yes.
All right. On the left leg.
Yes.
Exhibit 233. I'm going to turn these. Try not to give anybody a seizure over there while I do it. What are we looking at there?
It's a black tank top.
And is there an apparent bodily fluids or blood that are included within this photograph in an attempt to kind of show that?
Yes.
Exhibit 234. What are we looking at there?
So it's still the same tank top, except it has a bullet hole in it, and then there's a white piece of paper that we put under it so that you can actually see where the bullet hole is. So where the ruler is in the photo, it's just above the ruler.
235.
And that's more holes in the tank top.
$237.
It's a bullet hole in the underwear.
$238.
It's a bullet hole in the bra.
Okay, and just so that we can kind of see, because it's dark, could you kind of show us where we're looking at? So the defense can see on the monitor somewhere right in this area. 239.
It's another photo of the bra.
That would be in this area right here.
Yes.
Work your eyes while I blind everybody moving the screen. All right, so now I want to talk to you a little bit more. We've now talked about the clothing. I want to talk to you a little bit more about photographs of the actual autopsy, the actual person. I'm going to start off with 241. What are we looking at here? Again, for the record, we can kind of see, but tell us description-wise what we're looking at.
So when we go to the autopsy, we will take photos all the way around the victim and then over the top of the victim. So the sutures that you're seeing in the legs, Life Fleet comes and harvests things from the body, and then they'll suture it back up before she comes to autopsy.
So that's not part of any injury?
No.
Okay.
The paper bag on the hands are what we do at the scene so that we can preserve evidence that gets removed at autopsy, and then we collect our fingernail scrapings and clippings.
So that way, in transport of the person, they're not touching accidentally, their arm isn't brushing up against somebody else or some sweat or something else that might contaminate their hands?
Yes.
Okay, so the paper bags are to keep their hands from getting contaminated.
Yes.
So are those put on essentially at the scene
Yes.
by you folks?
Yes.
What other types of things are you trying to capture in this particular case with this overall picture? Does that have anything to do with these purplish marks?
Yeah, she's got some apparent holes or abrasions for both. on the left leg and on the right side of the abdomen area. And then under the left breast-ish, near the underarm, she's got an injury.
So let's look at 242. What are we looking at there?
That's an apparent bullet hole.
And that, for the record, is underneath the what armpit or what area?
Left.
Exhibit 243.
And that's gonna be the right side, so it's the other side of, so it appears that, based on this, it goes in and comes out.
Exhibit 244.
We take pictures of the hands to show any blood on the hands, as well as any jewelry that they may have, and then if there's any injuries.
Okay, so this would be the left hand.
Yes.
245. What are we seeing there?
It's the right hand, but then it appears between the pinky and the, I don't know which finger this is called, but it appears there's an injury in between these.
Ring finger.
Yeah, ring finger.
So this area right here would be an apparent entrance wound.
Yes.
246. What are we looking at there?
So this is the palm side of the hand, and then there's an injury here, below the thumb.
So the outside of the hand has the hole on this side, but if we flip the hand over, that's what we're gonna see in exhibit 246. 247.
So once the hand is clean, so you'll notice that we'll take a before picture before it's clean, and then they'll clean it up, and we'll take another one.
So this is the same palm of the right hand. It's just that it's been cleaned.
Yes.
Looking at 248. What are we looking at there?
It's an apparent bullet hole under the left arm.
And does there appear to be something else over here underneath the arm as well?
Yes,
And what does that appear to be?
bullet hole, so it traveled through the arm.
All right, so 248, this appears to be a bullet hole. 249, is that sort of the other side of the bullet hole?
Yes,
And then potential entrance wound into the chest cavity.
yes,
So boom, through, and then into the chest.
yes,
And obviously, it's your job to document all these along with the medical exam.
yes. And then he explains all the injuries and exits.
250, what are we looking at there?
So once the body has been cut open, the organs are removed, and then if the doctor finds any injuries on the inside of the cavity, we take pictures based on where they tell us to take pictures.
Okay. And would, at least from purposes of your recollection and photos, this is the area that was of interest as far as the perhaps penetration of the chest cavity?
Yes.
Now, once inside of, you just talked about the chest cavity, we'll kind of go and segue into, if there's anything that's recovered, like a projectile, is it your job to retrieve, and I say retrieve, not physically go in and get it, but take it from the medical examiner and then package it and get it ready and put it into evidence?
Yes.
All right. So let's look at Exhibit 251. Did you actually take a projectile or two from this autopsy as it related to the items that were found within Ms. Bunce's body?
Yes.
And what are we looking at Exhibit 251?
The projectile, one of the projectiles.
And this appears to sort of be one direction. Let's look at 252. Is this the same projectile, but just like the front?
Yes.
Exhibit 253. What are we looking at there?
So when he opened the cavity, he not only found a projectile, but he found a piece of clothing with the projectile.
Okay. Now, if we look at this description, it says projectile and piece of clothing from right pelvis,
That's,
and I'm not anatomic, but that's like down here someplace.
yeah, it's where he removed it from.
Okay. And on this one, this is a projectile from right subcutaneous back. So there were 2 separate projectiles taken out.
Yeah.
Now, what did you do with these projectiles?
Photographed there, collected from the morgue, and then packaged and turned into evidence.
All right, so I'm gonna have you take a seat, and I'm gonna ask you about a couple other things. I'm going to show you what's previously been entered, or excuse me, what previously been marked for purposes of identification. The state's exhibit 329, 278, 279, and 280. I'm going to start with 329. Could you tell me what that is?
Is a swabbing from her left-hand fingernail.
Is that, how do you recognize that to be the swabbing from her left-hand fingernail?
That's my handwriting and initials.
Okay. Now, what's inside of that? We have a brown envelope. You had talked about swabbings and nail cuttings. What is it that would be inside the envelope?
The sterile swabs with the actual swabs of the nails.
Does it kind of look like a Q-tip?
Yes,
Sort of?
yes.
All right. Is that in substantially the same condition as when you packaged it?
Other than it's been to FDLE, yes.
Okay, so now this isn't your job to send it to FDLE, but you can anticipate that that's where your stuff may go.
Yes.
So do you package it in a way that it keeps it from being contaminated so that FDLE can use it?
Yes,
All right, and that would be the case in this particular swabbing.
yes.
And how is it that you could tell that FDLE had something to do with it?
So they have a yellow sticker. Anytime stuff is submitted to them, they have their own case number. And then when they open it, they will reseal it with their evidence.
Okay. It being in substantially the same condition, and you having indicated that you were, your name was the first one in the chain of custody, I asked that State's Exhibit 329 for identification be admitted as a full exhibit.
Any objection?
No objection, Your
It
Honor.
will be received.
Now I'm going to show you 3 exhibits, 278, 279, and 280. These 3 exhibits. First of all, I want you to take a look at them and tell me if you can identify from the outside package what they are.
Yes.
What are they?
2 projectiles and a piece of clothing.
Now, the 2 projectiles, is that what we just saw in the autopsy photographs on the green background? The one kind of big projectile from the subcutaneous area and then the one from the pelvic area?
Yes,
But that's the actual thing,
yes,
as well as the little piece of clothing.
yes.
All right. Now, are those in substantially the same condition as far as the outside packaging?
2 of them have been to FDLE,
Okay.
but other than that, I can tell it's been repackaged for court and everything else is normal.
Okay, so that was gonna be my question. When we looked at the other one, we just had a brown or tannish envelope. These, on the other hand, have little plastic containery baggy things attached to them. You said packaged for court. Explain a little bit about that, if you can.
So if he were
And
to,
don't show it to us yet because it's not in evidence yet, but just tell me about it.
okay, so if he was gonna show an item, you can't see through the bag. So he needs to be able to package it in a way that you would be able to see it, so you know what we're talking about.
All right. But other than the court packaging, is exhibit 278, 279, and 280 in substantially the same condition?
Yes, other than the 2 going to FDLE, yes.
Yes. And those are also in substantially the same condition, other than perhaps testing.
Yes.
All right. But the little pieces, the box, the cotton ball, the stuff that's in there, that would all be something that you would originally package things so that it wouldn't get contaminated or damaged, is that correct?
Yes, it's my swabs and my boxes, sorry.
At this time, I'd ask that it has been in substantially the same condition identified by the person that packaged them and retrieved them, that exhibits 278, 279, and 280 for identification be admitted as full exhibits.
Any objection?
No
They
objection.
will be received.
At this time, Your Honor, I don't have any additional questions of Ms. Hill.
Thank you. Cross,
I have no questions, Judge.
is this witness released?
She is.
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Thank you. Next witness.
Sanda Andrews.
Is that Andrews?
Andrews. Andrews.
Andrews?
Andrews. Yeah. She was on the second floor, she's unaware.
All right, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, while we're, I anticipate that over the next weeks that you're here with us, that from time to time, one or more of the attorneys may step out, may not be here for a particular period of time. You should not be concerned by that in any way. The attorneys, both parties work as teams, and some of the attorneys have prior obligations that they must attend to for whatever period of time. They do have my permission to excuse themselves for those matters. So it should not concern you in any way if from time to time one of the folks that you're used to seeing is not here.
Take a short.
All right, we're going to go ahead and take a short recess.
All rise, please.
Thank you.
You may be seated.
They go and hold themselves together, so we'll be in a short recess. All right, we're back on the record. Mr. Murdock is present with both of his lawyers. Both lawyers for the state are present. And the defendant's investigator is also present.
All rise, please.
Please be seated. Mr. Prince.
Just step
Please
up
come
right here.
forward.
Raise your right hand and be sworn in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Follow me, please. Watch your step here.
Good afternoon. Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Joe.
Can you please
tell the jury your name?
Sanda Andrews,
Can you spell your first name for the court reporter?
Sanda.
Ms. Andrews, what happened to you on January 5th of 2019 around 1:10 a.m.?
I was shot in the face while my girlfriend was murdered.
Do you recognize who shot you on January 5th of 2000?
Oh, yes, I do. David Murdock sitting right there at that table.
Where do you live?
373 Melbourne Drive, Haines City, Florida, in a community known as Sweetwater Golf and Tennis.
How long have you owned that property?
My late husband and I bought that in December of 2003.
And have you owned that continuously since that time?
I have.
Now, what I want to do is go back probably to early 2000s and ask you, do you know a person named Lisa Bunce?
Yes, Lisa Bunce was my best girlfriend.
And how was it that you met Lisa Bunce?
I worked at an optical laboratory. She was hired as an employee for a brief amount of time. She had to leave that job to raise a grandson. The next time I met her was all through a mutual friend. And it was where she was looking for a job, and we hired her because we, my late husband and I, ran the delivery service for that optical laboratory.
Now, where did this all occur, this optical laboratory and meeting Miss Bunce?
It's all in Toledo, Ohio.
So it was not down in Florida?
No.
During the course of your time in Toledo and having met Lisa Bunce, how often would you see her during that early 2000s period of time?
My husband died in January 2004, so it was off and on later in that year, I'll say. I missed a few beats that year. But in 2005, there was a group of us, including Lisa Bunce and her then husband Danny, that took a 10-day all-inclusive trip to Mexico, and that's where her and I become best friends.
So would it be a fair statement to say from 2005 onward, you two had a close relationship as best friends?
Close and constant, yep.
And that was in Toledo, Ohio, or
Yes.
the Michigan area?
Yes.
Now, did you live in Toledo, or where were you from?
No, I lived across the state line. Literally, that's right on the state line. I slept in Michigan and worked in Ohio. I lived in a town called Riga, which is part of Blissville Township, and drove 30 minutes to downtown Toledo for work.
Now, at some point, you indicated that you had purchased this house in the Sweetwater community around 2004?
We bought it in December of 2003.
2003. Your husband passed in 2004.
He unfortunately died within days of us closing on that house.
Was there a point in time where you ended up moving to Florida to stay in that house in Haines City full-time?
Yes, yes.
When?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. When was that?
It was in 2010.
In between 2005, when you first kind of developed that best friend relationship with Lisa Bunce until 2010, did you keep some communication with her during that 5-year period?
Constant communication.
And once you moved away from the Toledo area and stayed, I guess, permanently now in 2010 in Haines City, in the same address,
373 Melbourne. Mm-hmm.
Did you continue your relationship with Lisa Bunce as best friends?
Yes.
How did that work? She's in Toledo, you're in Florida.
She traveled back and forth often, and so did I. All of my family, my children, grandchildren, all of that is still up there. So I was probably up there 4 to 6 times a year. She was probably down here 4 to 6 times a year.
Now, the Sweetwater community, we've heard some testimony about what it is, but could you describe that neighborhood or that community for the folks in the jury? What is the Sweetwater community all about?
It's a 415 household community of 55 plus. active retirement community. Some people still work, most are retired. Lots of activity there within our own compound, behind our gates. But there's a lot of us that are still enjoying going up to the bars and listening to the live music.
Now, you had indicated earlier when you first met Lisa, it had to do with something to do with an optical business. When you moved to Florida in 2010, did you continue in the optical business or did you change careers?
Oh, no, I had already changed careers.
Okay. Tell us about that.
After my husband died, I probably stayed for 3 more years in that house and in that neighborhood and in that job.
You mean in Sweetwater?
In Michigan.
Okay.
I kept up our home residence for 3 more years. In 2007, I left all of that, got into an 18-wheeler truck and drove across country. And February.
As a truck driver or as a passenger?
I was an 18-wheeler.
Okay.
We did extreme change. In February of 2010, there was a minor accident. They let me go. I collected unemployment and moved to Florida.
And once you got to Florida, did you continue to be a truck driver or work for an optical company, or what did you do next?
No, my background was accounting, so when I moved here, I had a job as an accountant at a company. It lasted 5 weeks. He was a shyster.
Okay.
And I did the Mexican stand-up, and he fired me, and I got unemployment again. So I went off to real estate school.
All right. So that's kind of what I wanted to draw your attention to. At some point, you became a real estate agent.
February 2011.
All right. And how long did you do that?
Real estate?
Yes.
I've been doing it ever since, and I'm still currently doing it.
Okay. So you began your real estate career sometime around 2010?
February 2011, I started my real estate career in Florida.
And you maintain your license and continue to be a real estate agent?
I am. I am a broker.
So who did you first start working with or for in the real estate business?
When I first became an agent, I hired in with a company known as At Your Service Realty. They were a C21 franchise.
Okay,
And
C21.
Century 21.
All right, you got to slow down with the
Sorry.
acronyms on me. That's okay. We're going to make sure that everybody can hear you. I know you're probably a little nervous, but her fingers are going to burn off the end of her hands if you talk too fast, okay? So Century 21, and how long did you work with or were you affiliated with Century 21?
I continued working with them until November of 2022.
And you are still in real estate, but you work
I
for a
am.
different...
At that time, I left my broker and my brokerage and opened my own business. I am my own company now.
Okay. So in 2019, but 2022 and before, you were associated with Century 21?
Yes.
All right. And I'm going to get back to that in just a little bit. Between 2010, when you moved to Florida, and 2016, did you and Lisa Bunce have this continued relationship where she would come down and visit you 4 or 5 times a year or whatever number that was, and you would go up to the Toledo area and visit her?
Yes.
Right. Now, when Lisa would come down to visit, where would she stay?
My house in Sweetwater.
And the community, we talked a little bit about the community of Sweetwater. Is that a community where you said there's a lot of activities? Are there groups of friends or the people that get together, or what's the dynamic?
Oh, yeah, out of 415 households, you've got, everybody knows everybody. It's a very small town. But yeah, my circle of friends and your circle of friends, and we'll all intermingle when we're out and about, but if we're hanging at somebody's house after hours, it's your circle of friends.
Was Lisa, as far as your observations, was she sort of welcome into the Sweetwater community as your friend?
Absolutely.
I'm going to move ahead now to 2016. Was there an occasion where you first came into contact with the defendant in this case, David Murdock,
Yes.
and some of your friends?
Yes.
So could you tell us a little bit about how that happened in 2016?
In February of 2016, 3 girlfriends came down, Lisa among them, and we had the girls' week of R&R which included a Friday night out, Saturday night out to the local bars.
Okay. And are you familiar with an area called Cherry Pockets
I am,
and the restaurant that's on that property or in that property?
I am,
And for the folks in the jury, explain, and you've been there before,
I have.
what kind of an atmosphere is that location? Do people live there? Is it just a restaurant? Is it a fish camp? What is it?
It's referred to as a fish camp, but I think that they play that up for their ambience. But yes, it's a 5-acre maybe place that has houses and campers and little rental cabins and this oyster bar on the water, live music.
So in February, you and your 3 girlfriends go to the Cherry Pockets restaurant. And who do you meet?
Well, we're hanging at the bar enjoying the live music, and there's a couple of guys down a little bit, and one of those gentlemen asked me to dance. And then the whole group just started talking to each other.
Was one of the groups, the males in the group, David Murdock?
Yes, it was.
And tell us about, in the beginning, did you observe the dynamic between Lisa Bunce and David Murdock from that point forward?
Yes, it was immediate.
So what did they end up becoming an item?
Yes, they did.
And at that point, Lisa was still living in Toledo?
Yes,
Did she come back down and visit after having met the defendant?
yes,
And did she, instead of maybe spending all of her time with you, was there an occasion where she would spend a little bit more time with the defendant, Mr. Murdock?
yes,
And did that continue to develop,
yes,
that relationship?
yes, it did.
And as one of Lisa's best friends, were you sort of privy to what was going on?
Yeah,
Did you see them associating together?
yes,
And did that continue throughout 2016?
yes, it did.
Did that continue through 2017?
Yes, it did.
So I had asked you a little bit before about what you did for a living, and it seemed like I took an inordinately large amount of time to talk about you were a real estate agent for Century 21. But now I want to bring it on back and ask you, are you aware of the status of, at the time, Lisa Bunce's and the defendant David Murdock's relationship and your involvement in any real estate?
Oh, yes.
So tell us a little bit about what happened in their relationship and how that relates to your being a real estate agent.
When we met David, he lived at Cherry Pockets in one of those little manufactured homes, little trailer. He decided immediately he was in love with Lisa, diamond ring, and within that 12-month period, he decided they needed to buy a house together. She was delighted. And so I helped him shop for that house, find the right one, get the contract written, and the closing took place.
Okay. And when you say help someone find a house, is that typically what you do as a real estate agent? You kind of know what someone's looking for and you kind of keep your eye out?
I took him to 8 different houses to walk through minimally.
Okay. And was there a house that was finally, quote, the one?
Yes.
And where was that? Do you recall?
Calusa Lake Village, I think they call it First Street over there.
All right. And what town is that close to?
That's Lake Wales.
So were you involved in the negotiating and the sales and whatnot of that property as a representative of Mr. Murdock?
Yes, I was. I was a buyer agent for that.
So let's move on forward to your knowledge of Lisa and Mr. Murdock's relationship from that point forward. Was there a time, and I'm going to try to keep it kind of brief, and I don't want to have you talk about a lot of hearsay, okay? But was there a point in time when that love at first sight relationship wasn't so good anymore?
Yes, I'll just say it was rough.
Okay. And were you privy to that without telling me what people might have said or didn't say?
Yes,
All right. And in fact, were you actually involved in some of that by way of being friends with both of them.
Yes,
At some point, did you kind of serve as an intermediary between the two from time to
that
time?
happened more often, yeah.
So during that time, when the relationship between Lisa Bunce and the defendant, David Murdock, started to falter, were you aware that Lisa Bunce was planning on leaving the relationship and moving back up to Toledo?
I became aware of that, yeah, after she had moved here in 2018.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. And did you help facilitate that move, help move things of that nature?
Yes, all of Lisa's friends were supporting her to get her out safely.
Okay. So do you recall about when that was that Lisa Bunce moved back to Toledo?
It was right at the end of June, 1st of July, 2018.
Now, with Lisa out of the state, did you continue to have your best friend relationship with Lisa?
Oh, yeah.
Did she continue to come to Florida from time to time to visit you?
From the time she moved out
Until,
till in August, she was not here. Because we have a gathering camp thing we do up there in July. So we're all up there.
gotcha. So when was the first time that you recall, because you had previously testified that prior to this, she'd come down 4, 5, 6 times a year and you would go up to Toledo that roughly same amount of time. Once Lisa left in July of 2018 and moved back to Toledo, when was the next time you recall her coming back down to visit?
I will tell you probably September, because that's her birthday. I don't believe she was here in August, it was September.
And what was the nature of that visit?
Gal pal weekend, hang out, go to the bars, concerts, whatever.
Are you aware of whether or not there was any discussions with the defendant, Mr. Murdock, during that trip, whether you all had contact with him?
We did not have in-person contact with him, no.
What type of contact would you have had?
I was avoiding him and strongly suggesting to my best girlfriend that she did the same, but I was aware they text back and forth.
So did she leave sometime in September? How long a visit was that?
Oh, when she come down, she would come for a week, give or take.
Okay. When was the next time she came down to Florida?
Oh, man. September, October. She was back down here in October because I had a surgery. She was back down in November for my birthday. There was a Kid Rock concert in there somewhere. I don't remember if that was in September or November. And then it seems like she was down at Christmas time because I think she helped me drive home for Christmas.
Okay. So she still came down a couple times
Yes.
after leaving Mr. Murdock.
Our friendship continued and she continued to visit.
Well, I'm going to go back. I don't want to jump around too much, but I want to go back and cover some of the things that we've talked about. I'm going to show you exhibit, what's previously been marked for purposes of identification to State's Exhibit 110. Do you recognize this?
Yes, that's the house David and Lisa shared.
Okay. Is that the house that you discussed helping find and that?
Yes, that's the one I saw him.
Is that a fair and accurate picture of what you
Yes, it
recall?
is.
This time I'd ask that the State's Exhibit 110 for identification be admitted as a full exhibit.
No objection.
It will be received.
I'm also going to show you what's previously been marked for purposes of identification as State's Exhibit 360.
Oh, yes, the warranty deed to the house, yes.
All right, are you familiar with that?
I am.
Were you present at the closing?
I was.
And did you negotiate the contract?
I did.
Is that a fair and accurate copy of the deed? For
Yes, it
that-
is.
This particular house that's being shown?
In both of their names.
Okay, I'll get to
That
that.
was-
I'll get to that in a minute. Let me ask the question.
Okay.
All right, but that is a fair and accurate copy?
Yes, it is.
This time I'd ask that State's Exhibit 360 for identification be admitted as a full exhibit. And I would also ask the court in the alternative that this is notarized and is a document that is recorded in the county court of Polk County that can also be taken judicial notice of.
Any objection?
No, sir, Your Honor.
It will be received.
So the home down in Lake Wales that you assisted in the purchase, this is a fair picture of that location?
Yes, it is.
And is that the location that Mr. Murdock and your friend, your best friend Lisa Bunce lived for some period of time
Yes.
together? Had you been to that house after it was purchased by Mr. Murdock?
Several times.
All right, and what was the purpose of those visits?
Social visits, Easter, Thanksgiving, Christmas, yard party, fishing out back of the house, barbecues.
So this is more than just a real estate transaction. This is something that you actually went to after the fact.
Oh, yes.
Now I want to talk a little bit about your house. You indicated that you had owned 373 Melbourne Drive since around 2003,
Yes,
and you continue to live there?
I do.
In just a minute, I'm going to show you a series of photographs. And the pile's bigger than the one that I just showed you, so you'll have to take a look through it. Now, what I'd like to do is ask you a little bit about that house. Could you describe sort of the layout of what type of house it is? You know, what's where in that particular location?
My house?
Yes.
373 Melbourne Drive, Haines City. It is a double-wide manufactured home, which means your kitchen and both bathrooms run down this side. This side's got your living room, bedroom, and then across the back is a whole bedroom. On this side, you've got kitchen, dining room. It was an entrance hall, and then guest bath, master bath. And on the left side, we had a screen lanai out front, which we converted to a Florida room, which means we put glass windows on it. Then you came in a glass sliding door to the living room. And then down the hall was the second bedroom on that side, and then at the end of that hall was the master bedroom.
Are many of the homes set up in a similar fashion in the Sweetwater community?
Yes.
So I'm going to show you what's previously been introduced into evidence as State's Exhibit 1, and ask you if you recognize that.
Yes, that's my house.
So you just described for us a lanai, which I think is a fancy way of saying porch.
Screen porch is a lanai. If it has windows, it's a Florida room.
Gotcha. So what we're looking at in this photograph, you had described as a Florida room. Is that this area right here?
Yes, it is.
All right. And what is that area typically used for by you and your company?
Smoke room.
Okay.
We had the sliding doors that cut it off from the rest of the house.
This area here with the three windows, what is this area represent?
That's a kitchen.
All right. And how would you get into the house typically?
I typically go in what's I call the back door. It's over there in front of the car. You can't see it. The front door, which is standing open, is usually kept locked because I have a cat. I didn't lock my doors at all, and everybody who knew me went in and out. Everybody knew I had a cat, not to let it out, but we kept the front door locked so nobody else made a mistake.
Okay. And by front door, you're talking about this
Yes, sir.
door right here. All right. And that door, Is it a screen door, or does it have glass, or describe it for us?
Oh, no, it's a glass door with a window that opens in it. It's a regular exterior door.
So if the glass is locked down, you can't like punch your hand through the screen, kind of a thing?
Correct.
So now I'm going to show you exhibits 83, which include 83A, 84, 84A, B, C, and D, through 93A. And I'm going to ask you to take a look at these. Tell me if you recognize what they are.
All right. Yes, you want me to tell you each one?
No, I want you to just look at them and kind of flip through them and tell me if you recognize all of them. We'll give you one pile at a time. I'm going to ask you about them in a minute.
Okay.
And try to keep them in order if you can. Got a chance to look through those?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to ask you if they are all fair and accurate depictions of your house.
Yes, they are.
This time I'd ask that states exhibits 83, 83A, 84, 84A through 84D, 85, 86, 87, 87A, 88, 88A, 88B, 88C, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, and 93A be admitted as full exhibits.
Not 89. I'm sorry, 88D.
Well, this one was stuck together, Judge. Yes, I believe, no, I don't think there. At this point, I don't have that in file, so I'll skip that one for now.
Any objection?
No, sir.
They will be received.
I want you to look at exhibits 105A, which includes some Bs and Cs, through 108, and do the same thing. Tell me if you recognize what they are.
Yes, sir, I recognize all of those.
Okay. Are all of those fair and accurate depictions of your house, but different pictures from the first set?
Yes.
This time I'd ask that states exhibit 105A and B, as well as 106A, B, C, and D, exhibits 107, 107A, 107B, and exhibit 108 be admitted as full exhibits.
Any objection?
No objection.
They will be received.
So what I want to do now is kind of walk you through the house that we just saw in picture exhibit 1. And as a point of reference, I'll put exhibit 1 back up on the screen briefly. And I'm going to ask you about Exhibit 83. Where are we looking at in that particular picture?
The door I referred to as the front door that walks into the Florida room.
So looking here, would this be the door that's at the center of this photograph?
Yes, sir.
And would it be looking kind of into the Florida room?
That is correct.
Now looking at Exhibit 83A, what are we looking at here?
Again, the door that goes into the front lanai.
And is this to the left of the photograph, is that part of the sitting area for?
Yes, it is. They have 2 chairs out there, one in each corner.
And other exhibits have already been admitted into evidence. And looking at what's previously been introduced into evidence is 5C. Would that be the chair that we see depicted in the last picture, but a complete picture of the chair?
Yes, that is correct.
And that would be on your Florida room?
Yes, that is correct.
If you were to go into, looking again at 5C, if you were to travel through this sliding glass door, we're going to look at Exhibit 84. Would that be a fair view of what you would see?
Yes, that's my living room.
Could you describe that area for us a little bit for the record? And I say that because we can all see what the picture is, but yet we're also making a record with the court reporter. So tell us a little bit about that area and what we're seeing in that picture.
As you walk in from the Florida room, you walk into the living room, the TV is immediately to your left, and then there's a love seat and a double window. Straight ahead is a couch, coffee table. To the right is a recliner, and then just in the very bottom corner of the screen, you'll see the other lounge chair.
And that would be here.
Yes.
What would this area be over here?
You're looking into the dining room.
And there appears to be a dark area here in the center. Where does that lead to?
That's the hall back to the entrance room and the bedrooms and the bathrooms.
All right. Again, with reference on Exhibit 64, there seems to be a brightly colored object in the bottom left forefront of that. I'm going to go to 84A. What are we looking at in this photograph?
My love seat behind the double window. And that brightly colored object is a fold-out for grandchildren. It's a chair when it's folded up, it's a bed when it's folded out.
And kind of moving around the room in a clockwise fashion, you have an end table and some other items in the corner.
That is correct.
All right. I do notice that you have a book there called After You Shoot. What does that, what's the significance of that?
Those are the collection of books I was given when I took the gun licensure class.
Okay. And at the time that this photograph was taken in January the 5th of 2019, did you have a gun?
I did not.
Why would you be interested in a concealed weapon permit license?
I'm a realtor.
Okay. A safety issue?
Yes, sir.
You have to go to empty homes with strangers?
I do.
Looking at 85, where are we looking in this photograph?
You're looking back onto that sliding glass door that goes into the Florida room. You're looking at that lounge chair that was just off the bottom right corner. And to the extreme left, you were looking into my kitchen.
Exhibit 86.
That's a full shot of the living room looking out to the sliding glass doors to the Florida room.
Exhibit 87.
That's standing in my living room, looking towards my dining room. To the right is the kitchen.
87A.
Dining room table.
And do you use a computer for work?
I do.
Is that an area that you would oftentimes
That's
utilize?
my at-home office.
All right. Exhibit 88.
That is standing right in the center with the living room to your back, breakfast bar, kitchen, and then the dining room table.
Exhibit 88A.
Another angle of the breakfast bar.
88B.
My kitchen,
Want to direct your attention to this breakfast bar that you have here. Do you know whose items these are on the bar, or the breakfast bar?
I can't really see them.
Well, let me bring it up to you. I guess my first question should be, can you see this? For the record, I'm showing the witness 88A.
Oh, that's a little going out purse that I lent to Lisa, and then that's Lisa's cigarettes and phone.
So the items on the table you've just described for us as a little going out bag that you loaned to Lisa, Lisa Bunce.
Yes,
That would be this item here,
yes,
and this would be Lisa Bunce's cell phone and cigarettes.
yes.
Again, that's 88B. 88C,
Another shot of the breakfast bar and kitchen.
89. Is that the hallway that heads back to the back of the house?
Yes, it is.
This one's a little bit dark, so I'm going to show it to you in person here first. This is Exhibit 90 that I'm showing the witness.
As you go down that hall, this room immediately to your right is the entrance. It would have been where the laundry room would have been.
Okay. So we just saw the hallway. This is the first doorway to the right.
Correct.
And to the right of this picture, would that be your dining room area where we saw your workstation?
Correct.
Exhibit 91. What are we looking at there?
That's inside that room. So as you would come in what I call the back door, you come into this room, which is full of cabinets. If you went through that dark doorway you see there, you're right back in the hallway where you were in the last picture.
Okay, so if I turned around, I would be in the hallway. What if I kept going straight out that door?
If you went straight to what I'm going to call the dark area, that is a door,
Yes,
that puts you in the hallway.
okay.
What's behind you as you're standing here, hold on, yeah, what's behind you is the hallway you just had in the last picture.
Okay. So is this a door that you talked earlier about? This is the back hall that you would go in and out
That is
of
the back door,
normally?
yes.
Okay, the back door. 93.
My bedroom.
And what's the location of this in
This
the
is in
house?
the very back of the house. It takes the entire width of the home. It's the master bedroom.
So if we were to walk all the way down that hallway, this would be the room all the way at the back.
That is correct.
That's your dresser next to the bed?
That's my nightstand, yes.
Excuse me. And that brings us back to Exhibit 83. I want to go through and talk a little bit about that back door that you said you often come into. Looking at Exhibit 105, tell us where that is.
When you pulled up to my house, the end of my driveway, under my carport, had been screened in. So you came in that screen door, and then that's the back door into my house. And yes, it was a double door on it. There was a screen door and a storm door.
Was it your habit to keep this door locked or unlocked? I think earlier you said people can come in, bless you, in and out of your house.
It's always unlocked.
Okay.
It was always unlocked.
And that, to your knowledge, was common knowledge?
Yes,
Was that door left unlocked when Lisa Bunce would visit?
yes,
Was that door unlocked when you had friends over?
yes,
Was that door unlocked if Mr. Murdock, the defendant, was to come over and visit?
yes.
Looking at 105B, what are we looking at in that picture?
Now you're standing in the carport looking at that screen room, which is what the last picture was of the door. Right, you can see the stairwell on the left side of that door.
So
Yeah.
this stairway that appears in Exhibit 105B,
Yeah,
do we see that same stair rail inside of the screened-in area in 105?
that's correct.
Now, the night of this incident, and we'll get to that in a minute, how did Mr. Murdock arrive? How did he get there?
In his truck.
Are you familiar with this truck?
It's a big black truck. I think it was really dark gray, but yeah, it was a Dodge.
And was that the truck you're familiar with that pulled up into your
Pulled up at the end of my drive, yes.
Looking at exhibit 106B, is that the vehicle that you saw
Yes, it
come up
is.
that night? Going to exhibit 107, back out to the front Florida room, is that the door?
That would have been the, I'm trying to figure out what you're looking at.
Hold on, let me bring it back up to you. I know from a long distance.
Yes, you're standing right outside my kitchen window, looking at my Florida room and that front door.
And this is the door that you keep locked because of the cat.
Yes, sir.
And this window to the side here, there's a screen, but is there also a sliding glass?
Yes.
Window?
Yes.
Prior to January 5th of 2019, did that screen have, looking at exhibit 107B, did that screen have holes in it?
No, sir.
As far as you can tell where you were sitting before you were struck by a bullet, was that the direction that the bullets came from?
Yes, sir.
Now, we've looked through some of the photographs of your house, and I'm going to show you what's been previously marked for purposes of identification as State's Exhibit 109. And while not to scale, is this a fair and accurate diagram of your house?
Yes, it is.
This time I'd ask that State's Exhibit 109 for identification be admitted as a full exhibit.
Any objection?
No objection.
It will be received.
So what I want to do is, now that we've seen some photographs, I want to kind of have you walk the jury through where things are in your house. So if we go to the bottom of the screen, does Melbourne Drive run kind of along the bottom, if you will, if this was a real picture?
Yes.
And where is your Florida room and the door that's always locked because of your cats?
It's that bottom left.
This
First
area,
space,
right, this
yes.
right here?
Yes.
And is this the approximate location of the doorway?
Yes, it is.
What is this open area here?
That's a sliding door going into the living room.
And we saw a picture looking into the living room. Is that what this room would be?
Yes.
What is this area here?
That's the kitchen,
And this would be
the
what?
breakfast bar.
Would this be where you pointed out that going out purse that you loaned to Lisa?
Yes.
As well as the cigarettes and phone?
Yes.
What is this area here?
Dining room.
Is this representative of the table that you use as a workstation?
Mm-hmm.
And then what is this area here?
Down the hallway.
We talked a little bit about the screened-in area and a back door. What is this area?
That is the screened-in area to the right of it. And then you come into the back door into I'll call it a storage space. It was meant to be a laundry room.
And when you get to the back, what is this area here?
That is my master bedroom.
And this is what type of a room?
That is the guest bedroom.
And does both the guest bedroom and the master bedroom have closets?
Yes, they do.
And is this the approximate location of the master bedroom closet?
Correct.
And this would be the approximate location of the guest room closet?
Yes, it is.
I want to talk to you about New Year's Eve of, 2018 into 2019. Was Lisa Bunce in Florida?
Yes.
And do you know approximately how long she had been in Florida?
Yeah, she drove me back from Michigan. We came back together. So we got in probably on the 30th of December.
So back in Florida around the 30th. The next day, the 31st, is New Year's Eve.
Mm-hmm.
Did you have plans with Lisa Bunce and perhaps others to do any celebrating for New Year's Eve?
Yes.
And what was the plan?
Annually, we go to what is now called the Out and About Bar and Grill for the night.
Okay, you say annually, that's a place you've been before for New Year's Eve?
Yes, we've got pictures for 16, 17, and 18.
All right. And back in the day, what was that called?
New Grove Lounge.
All right. And that was a place that you had been there before, other than New Year's Eve?
Oh, yes.
Would you go there with other friends from the Sweetwater community?
Yeah.
Okay. So was that an establishment that you and your friends would go more than just on a holiday?
Oh, yes, yes.
So the evening of New Year's Eve in 2018, who did you go to the New Grove Lounge with that night, if you recall?
I had a customer that let go with us that night. His first name was Bob. Lisa and I went. Reba Sidebar from my neighborhood went. Terry and Ron Napoli met us there. And I'll tell you, there was 3 other people at the table. You have to wait a while for me to think of it.
Okay. But I guess the bottom line is you went there with a group of folks.
Yes, I did.
And did you all basically sit together?
Yes, we did.
And did you socialize together?
Always.
Now, are you aware of whether or not the defendant, Mr. Murdock, was also at one point at the New Grove Lounge that night?
Yes, him and his new girlfriends and her parents came in after we were seated. They proceeded to sit down across the aisle from us.
And when you say across the aisle, what kind of distance are we talking about?
4 foot?
Okay, so fairly close.
Yeah.
This is not a big place, is it? Now, were you aware, and again, I don't want any hearsay, but just were you aware that Mr. Murdock had this new relationship?
Yes.
Okay, and had you been aware of it for some time, or was this news to you?
No, I was aware of it for a while.
You happen to remember what the lady's name was?
Lynn.
Did anything unusual happen that night as it relates to Mr. Murdock or Lisa Bunce?
Yes.
Tell us about what was unusual.
While we were at that place,
Yes.
we were sitting on the aisle to the bathroom.
And
Mr. Murdock made more than a dozen trips in a very short time to come past the table. There was a lot of gazing, to the point that I said to my customer who was out with me, who was probably 45, give or take, and he's a very large gentleman. I said,
Objection,
heads
hearsay.
up.
Objection, hearsay.
What was-
Hang on. Response?
It's foundational. It's not anything anyone else said, but if it's considered hearsay, well, I'll rephrase the question.
Thank you.
It was noticed that Mr. Murdock went by many times.
Yes, by me.
All right. And it was also noticed by you that you, I think, used the word staring.
Yes.
Okay. And how long did that go on for, approximately?
Throughout the entire evening.
All right. What was your understanding of Mr. Murdock and Lisa Bunce's relationship on that evening? In other words, they were
had
still
broke up and
apart.
moved on.
Okay. Did Mr. Murdock and his girlfriend stay at that location for the entire night?
Their party stayed there the entire night. The 2 of them left at 11:15. She came back alone at 11:45.
Okay. And this is something you actually observed?
I witnessed, yes.
All right. Now, moving forward to the week of New Year's. So now New Year's Eve passes over to the 1st of January through the end of that week, which is in the 5th. Did you have any conversations with the defendant, Mr. Murdock, during that week?
No,
Did you share any text messages or phone calls with him?
no, I know him and Lisa were texting.
Okay. Were you privy to any of the texts that Lisa received?
Yes,
And these texts would have been from Mr. Murdock.
yes.
What was the nature of the texts from Mr. Murdock to Ms. Bunce?
I love you, I want to be with you, I want to put it back together. Why would you leave me? I hate you. Sign off my house. Any gamut of them.
Okay, so there was some communication from Mr. Murdock to Ms. Bunce. Are you aware of whether Ms. Bunce reciprocated in wanting to contact or retext Mr. Murdock?
I would say for probably every fifth text she got, she responded one.
I want to move you ahead now to the night before the shooting, the evening of, and that was January 4th of 2019. What did you do that evening prior to coming home? Did you go out that night?
We went out that night, yes. Lisa, Reba, and I.
Is Reba one of your
Reba
friends
Sizemore, one of the neighbors.
from the Sweetwater
Yes.
community?
The three of us went out for the evening.
And where did you go first, if you
We
remember?
went to the Apple Lounge in Winter Haven.
And do you know approximately how long you were there?
I'm gonna tell you between 9:30 and 10, we probably were done.
Okay.
We met others from Sweetwater there also.
Okay, so again, the community kind of comes to certain locations and hangs out. Was David Murdock or his girlfriend Lynn, were they there?
No,
I'm going to show you the video still. It's a photograph, exhibit 479 for identification. And ask if you can recognize what this is.
that's Lisa and I in my car,
Okay.
at the Apple. That's
All right.
Reba over here in the corner.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of you guys that night at approximately, 10 o'clock? This time I'd ask the State's Exhibit 479 for identification be admitted as a full exhibit.
Any objection?
No objection.
It will be received.
So, publishing 479 at around 10 o'clock at night, you indicated that this is your vehicle. And where is Lisa in the photograph?
She's front and center there.
Right here?
Yes.
And where are you?
I'm back by the driver's door, it looks like.
Over here?
Uh-huh.
And this is your car?
Yes, it is.
So after you left around 10 o'clock, where did you go next?
We went on back over to the New Grove Lounge.
All right. And do you have any idea how long you were at the New Grove Lounge?
I'll say midnight, give or take, the band was playing.
Okay. And what did you do after the New Grove Lounge?
Came home. We had plans for the next day.
Was it still the same three people, you, Lisa, and this Reba lady?
Yeah, that's who was in my car that night.
Okay. And the three of you in your car went to the New Grove Lounge and stayed until at least midnight?
Yeah.
And then after you went to the New Grove Lounge, what did the three of you do?
Went back to home, my home. We took Reba to her house. Like I said, she's a neighbor in Sweetwater. And Lisa and I came back to my house. Went in, we had to get up early the next day because we had to go to Fort Miles for her brother's birthday.
So let me show you Exhibit 257A for identification. I'm going to ask you if you can identify what this is a picture of.
would say the Sweetwater Gate.
And does the Sweetwater Gate have videos of cars going in and out?
Yes, they do.
All right. And you're familiar with Sweetwater because you're a realtor within that community as well?
I live there and I'm a realtor there, yes.
And this appears to be a fair and accurate photograph. Does that appear to be your Honda Pilot coming in?
It does.
At this time, I'd ask that State's Exhibit 257A for identification be admitted as a full exhibit.
Any objection?
No.
Proceed.
So at the dates, the time stamp and the date stamp 105, January 5th at 2019, at around roughly 12:48 a.m., give or take. Is that consistent with your recollection of coming home after being at the New Grove Lounge that evening?
Yeah.
So I think you just testified that you dropped off Miss Sizemore, and then you and Lisa Bunce went to your house.
That's correct.
And when you got home, what did you do?
Got in the door, got comfy clothes on, grabbed a beverage and went out on the front porch to have that last, she was having her last cigarette of the night and chat a bit, then we were headed to bed.
And when you say out in the front, we're talking about that Florida room.
That Florida room, yes.
So Lisa Bunce was having her last cigarette. What were you doing?
Chatting at her, having a beverage.
I'm going to show you what's previously been admitted as Exhibit 5C. Is that your
Yeah.
Florida room?
Yes, it is.
Could you tell the folks in the jury where it was as you sat there having come home from your night at the two different establishments? Where were you sitting?
I was sitting in the chair on the right,
This one here?
yes.
And where was Lisa Bunce?
The chair on the left,
This one right here?
yes.
And prior to what we're going to talk about, this glass door was not in that condition?
That is correct.
So, as you sat there, what happened?
We hadn't been out there very long. We were concerned about him, and I'll be honest, I can't remember if there was text flying back and forth or not. We were very,
Well, let me just kind of stop you there. As far as what happened, you were sitting there, and what did you observe?
David's truck came screeching up to my driveway, slammed on his brakes.
Okay, so I'm going to kind of go step by step. Which direction did he come from? Did he come across from the south up? In other words, was the driver's side door on your side of the road?
That is correct.
Okay. So you said he came up the street. What was it a slow crawl?
No.
Describe that for us.
Raced up the street, screeched, slammed brakes on into my driveway.
Okay. And then what happened after that?
I immediately dialed 911. Lisa and I both said, oh crap, it's him. And as he opened his door, I yelled, David, get back in your car. You don't belong here. I've already dialed 911.
And what happened after that?
Evidently shots started getting fired.
And you say evidently. So what was
Because-
the first thing you remember?
I didn't even know he'd crossed the space between the car and the house. First thing I remember, loud noise, and I see Lisa out of the corner of my eye.
And what is she doing?
I wasn't sure what was going on, and I will say you, the next motion was she was leaving that room, headed into the house, into the living room.
So passing through that sliding glass door into the family room. All right. Do you hear the first shot?
Oh, yeah.
Do you know how far away? Can you tell how far away that shot is being taken?
18 inches.
So right near you.
Yes, he was right outside the window I was sitting by.
And the window we're talking about, is that the screen with the holes in it?
Is now, yeah.
Okay, well, it wasn't holes at the time. All right, so at that point, is there a second shot?
Oh, yeah.
Tell us about that.
I will tell you, the second shot was on me.
And how do you
I
know?
was busy trying to figure out what the first noise was. Mouth open, trying to get my ear to work. God was with me, because the bullet went in right here, that's near the dimple, and came out right here. This wad of skin is the exit, and I hit the floor.
And the area that you hit the floor was, as you're sitting in the chair, did it go in the same path as the bullet? In other words, did you go to your right?
I did,
And where did you end up at that point?
on the floor, face down, still screaming into my phone with a broken palate. And trying to get 911 to understand they needed to get her right now.
Do you recall if there was a third shot at that point, or were you kind of,
I'm not clear.
okay, and that's a fair answer. Looking at Exhibit 5C again. Does that area there in what appears to be blood, is that the area that you landed in?
That's where I landed.
And what do these appear to be? The glasses?
My glasses and my cell phone.
And I put that up there because when I put it up here, it's going to be difficult to see. So at the second shot, you went from the chair down to the ground,
Mm-hmm,
and this is where your head ended up.
mm-hmm,
This is your cell phone
yes,
and your glasses.
yes,
Now, you indicated that you called 911, and did you have an opportunity to talk to them or try to talk to them?
not before the fires were shot, but I sure did afterwards.
Okay. Showing you Exhibit 13 that's already been admitted into evidence, is this a little bit clearer photograph of where your face ended up?
Yes, sir.
And similar to 5C, the area in the center, is this where your head and your mouth ended up kind of
Yes,
being? Is these your glasses?
yes,
And is this your cell phone?
yes.
So during the time that you were on with 911, were you able to hear anything else going on around you?
Oh, yeah. Yes.
Well,
David
we're gonna go
tried-
slow.
Sorry.
So what happened? What did you hear?
David tried to come in the front door.
And when you say the front door, we're talking about that glass door that is always locked for the cat. Is that correct?
Yes,
All right. But you indicated the door is locked.
that is correct.
Are you aware of whether or not he was able to open that door?
He would not at that time, no.
Okay. And what did you hear next?
I heard him take footsteps to the back door, open it, and come in.
And you were actually able to hear that back door open?
Open and close, yes, sir.
And what happened after that?
I heard him take more steps, and then I heard more gunshot.
Was that noise coming from what area in your house?
Back in my house is all I could have told you at that moment. I now know it's my master bedroom.
Okay, but I mean, at the time, it
Back
was just
in the back of the house is all I could say.
And you don't know how many shots you heard?
I know there was at least two.
Prior to the first gunshot, other than the conversation that you related, which was, David, you don't belong here, I'm calling 911. Was there any other kind of argument or discussion between either you and the defendant or Lisa Bunce and the defendant?
No, there was no exchange.
So the time period from the truck stopping to when the gunshot started, no conversations, no arguments.
Correct.
Were either you or Lisa Bunce armed with a firearm?
No, sir.
Were either you or Lisa Bunce displaying a firearm or any weapon of any type?
No, sir.
I'm going to show you what's previously been marked for purposes of identification in State's Exhibit 193. First of all, I want you to look at the picture before we look at the figure of the vehicle. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the kind of overhead overview front of your house, including the driveway and your golf cart and things of that nature?
Yes,
And in the photograph, there appears a red, not a gray, but a red pickup truck. Is that a fair and accurate representation of the approximate location and direction of the defendant David Murdock's truck when it
Yes.
stopped in front of your house? And there's a figure with some yellow lines. Is that again, proximate location? Maybe it could be closer, it could be further, but generally the direction from which the defendant came before discharging the firearm.
yes,
So in total, the picture combined with the overlays, is it generally, while not to scale specifically, you think it's helpful to understand the direction from which the defendant came to supplement your explanation on the stand here today?
yes, as long as you're acknowledging that it's not totally accurate, because he was farther in.
Okay, so further in underneath the house?
That is correct.
Okay. This time I'd ask that State's Exhibit 193 for identification be admitted as a full exhibit.
Any objection?
Yes, Judge, I would make the same previously made objection. To 193.
Your previous objection was to foundation.
Correct. If you'd like to approach, I could.
Approach. The objection is sustained. However, you may use it for demonstrative purposes.
Thank you, Judge.
It will not be received in evidence.
Understood. So I'm going to show you what's been marked for purposes of identification only, for demonstrative purposes to assist the jury understanding your testimony. Exhibit 193, again, only for identification and as a demonstrative model. Looking at this as for demonstrative purposes, your lanai, as we've seen, is in this general area. And from your testimony, Mr. Murdock's truck pulled up somewhere in front of your driveway, but in this direction.
Correct.
Now, if you were coming from the Sweetwater front gate, is there a road that comes around that could permit a vehicle to be traveling in that direction?
Absolutely.
And would that be, let's say, the straightest line from point A to point B to get to your location?
Yeah.
And I think you told me, told the jury that the little blue man here should be further underneath the carport, kind of right up by the window.
Yes.
But in general, this is the direction that you saw David Murdock travel to get up to your window before firing through the window.
That is correct.
Were you able to actually see the gun before he began shooting?
No.
So it kind of just happened?
Yes.
All right. Prior to today's hearing, have you had an opportunity to hear the 911 call that you made contemporaneous with the incident of January 5th of 2019?
I did.
And you've had a chance to listen to that a number of times?
It's in my possession, yes.
I'm going to show you what's previously been marked for purposes of identification. It states Exhibit 268, and ask if you recognize or can tell if, have you heard this CD or a CD similar to this before? And that recording that you've heard, was that a fair and accurate recording of the 911 call that you made at approximately 1:12 in the morning on January 5th of 2019?
Yes.
Have you also had an opportunity to review a transcript of that 911 call? And I'm showing you for the record Exhibit 287 for identification, which is a transcript of that
Yes.
911 call.
Yes.
And if you look through this, is that a fair and accurate depiction or
No.
copy?
To the extent they could understand me, yeah.
Okay, to the extent that they can understand you, but you agree,
Yes.
having listened to the tape and reviewed this transcript, that is as good as they could do.
That is correct.
Was part of that due, in fact, because of the nature of your injury?
Yes.
You indicated that the bullet went through one side of your face and out through this fleshy part.
Yes, it did.
Was there any structural damage to your
Yes.
face?
I had 37 fractures in my face and almost lost my left eye. It went in here, broke my upper palate, made a ditch across my tongue from the burn of the bullet, exited here, and then exit wound was just open and jagged.
And it took teeth out as well.
Yes, it did.
That being said, you were able to communicate to some degree with the 911 operator.
Well, yes, I kept yelling. I'm not sure she could understand me.
But this transcript does as good a job as can be done given that injury to your mouth.
That is correct.
This time I'd ask that State's Exhibit 286 for identification, which is the audio portion, and the transcript of 287 of the 911 call be admitted as full exhibits.
I have no objection as to the video, the audio, as to the transcript, I have an objection.
The objection to 287 is sustained. The audio in 286 will be received.
Your Honor, as far as demonstrative, would the transcript be?
Any objection to it being used as long as the jury is instructed regarding use of transcripts?
No objection.
All right. I assume that was your intention.
That was the whole reason, Judge. It's just easier to follow along.
Are you about to ask to publish that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen, you are about to hear recorded conversations. These recorded conversations are proper evidence, and you may consider them just as any other evidence in the case. You are also being furnished with transcripts of the recorded conversation. Keep in mind, however, the recording is the evidence. The transcript is provided to you only as a guide to help you follow as you listen to the recording. The transcript is not evidence of what was actually said or who said it. If you notice any difference between what you hear on the recording and what you read in the transcript, you must rely on what you hear, not what you read.
What does it emergency? What's the address of your emergency? Hello? What's the address? What city are you in? What's the phone number you're calling from in case we get disconnected? What's the phone number you're calling from? Okay, tell me exactly what happened. What's going on there? Hello, ma'am? Okay, your phone has a really bad connection. I can't quite hear you. What's going on there? 8, 7, 3, 9, 5, 2, 7, 3, help me, I'm scared. Stop. You've been shot? Help me, help me. Ma'am, you've been shot? Yes. Your phone has a bad connection. I'm trying to understand what you're saying. Ma'am, people are coming as quickly as they can, okay? Just need to stay on the line with me, okay? Just stay on the line with me, ma'am. How old are you? Yes. 66? They're coming as quickly as they can, ma'am. They're coming as quickly as they can. When did this happen? Is the assailant still nearby? What? Where? What? Where? Is there any serious bleeding? Is there any serious bleeding? Ma'am, they're coming as quickly as they can. Just stand in line with me, okay? Ma'am, is there serious bleeding? They're coming as quickly as they can. Just stand in line with me. What is your name, ma'am? Brenda? Okay, ma'am, just stand in line with me. All right, keep talking to me. They're coming as quickly as they can. Who wants to kill themselves? Did you say somebody wants to kill themselves? I'm coming, ma'am. We have units coming to as quickly as they can. Ma'am, I have the units coming. They're coming as quickly as they can. They're coming in lights and sirens, ma'am. quickly as I can, ma'am. Just stay on the line with me. Don't hang up. I'm still here. Can you hear me? I can now, yeah. Ma'am, where were you shot? In your shoulder? Face. In your face? Yes. Where is the person that shot you? What? Where is the person that shot you? I don't know. Okay. Is there anybody else that has been shot? Yes. How many people have been shot? Two. Two? Where is the other person that's been shot? I don't know. I can't move. Okay. They're coming, ma'am. Just stay on the line with me. I'm still here. Where are you in the home? Are you still in the home? I'm in the home. Where are you in the home? You're in the front of the home? No. You're in the front part of the home? Yes. And you're inside? Yes. I think he told me birthday. But he keeps a little and it's your son. And then who shot you? David Marshall. Who is he to you? My girlfriend. Your girlfriend? Partner. Your partner's ex? My girlfriend. Partner. Okay. I understand. We got them coming. Okay, I'm gonna let them know. Just stay on the line with me. Don't hang up. Okay. We have help coming. They're coming to you as quickly as they can. Just stay on the line with me. We have ambulance and we have the officers coming. Just stay on the line with me. Are you still there? Yeah. Okay, just stay on the line with me. They should be turning on the street momentarily. Just stay with me, okay? Yeah. Are you still there? Okay, I'm still here. Don't hang up. Don't hang up until somebody sees you, okay? Okay. You hear some sirens? Okay, but do not hang up. Don't hang up until the officer or the paramedics are with you, okay? We have somebody coming. Do you have anything that you can put on your wound? What do you? Do you have like any cloths or any tires that you can put on your wound? I can't hear you. Can you hear me? I can't hear you. Can you hear me? Okay, you hear me now. Do you have any cloths or towels to put on your wound? Okay, no, this is about over the wall. Do you have a cloth? Okay, hold on. Okay, please stop this. I don't know. I don't know. Please stop me. Please stop. Please stop me. Please stop me. Please stop. Ma'am? Please stop. Please stop. Please stop. Please stop. Please stop. Make contact with officers disconnecting.
I don't have more questions.
Cross.
Judge, if we could take a break.
You approach before we do that.
Oh, no, I didn't.
Off the record. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take about a 10-minute recess. Please leave your notepads in the chairs.
All rise, please.
So leave the scripts.
May be seated.
If you wouldn't mind just waiting outside. We'll do a 10-minute recess.
You indicated on direct that you met Lisa Bunce back in 2005, correct?
It was prior to that, yeah, 2000.
Prior to that. You guys had a working relationship, right?
Prior to 05.
Prior to 05. And that you became friends. And then eventually your friendship became really close friends, right? You have to answer out loud, yes?
Yes, sorry.
Thank you, you're fine. You're fine. And that sometime in February of 2016, Ms. Bunce was visiting you at your home in Haines City.
That is correct.
And that you, she, and a couple of your other girlfriends went out to a place called Cherry Pockets.
That is correct.
And when you arrived at Cherry Pockets, there was another group of individuals there, including Mr. Murdock.
That is correct.
Right? And at some point during the evening, was this during the evening hours or during the day?
Evening.
At some point during the evening hours, your friend Lisa and Mr. Murdock, David, began to speak.
Correct.
They became friendly. I guess both groups became friendly with one another.
That is right.
And they were smitten with one another, meaning Lisa and David.
Yes.
And Lisa was there. Lisa was home or staying with you for about a week, I think you said?
Yes.
And during that week time frame that Ms. Bunce, Lisa, was here, she was both staying at your residence and also staying at the fish camp with Mr. Murdock.
Yes.
And then when she left, Lisa Bunce left, she went back to Ohio.
Yes.
Yes? Okay, thank you. And they continued their relationship,
Yes.
a long-distance relationship.
Yes.
And she, being Lisa, would come and travel back and forth between Ohio and Florida, trying to continue the relationship with Mr. Murdock.
Correct.
And at some point in time, they got engaged.
That is correct.
Mr. Murdock bought Lisa a ring,
He did.
right? And actually, let me back up a second. When Lisa first came here to Florida, Lisa Bunce came here, she was kind of on the tail end of a divorce. Agreed?
Yes. That was in process.
It wasn't finalized, but she was on the tail end.
Right.
The tail end of it. All right. When this relationship started, they traveled back and forth to see each other.
Lisa traveled back and forth.
Okay, that's why Lisa traveled back and forth to see yourself and also to see you and to see David Murdock.
That's right.
All right. And they would communicate through text, through cell phones, calls, and things of that nature.
Correct.
And at the time that Lisa Bunce met Mr. Murdock, Mr. Murdock owned a trailer in that Cherry Pocket fish camp community.
Yes.
And at some point in time, he decided to sell that trailer and purchase a new home in Lake Wales where both he and Lisa could start their life together.
Right.
Right? And I think you had testified that you were a realtor.
I am.
Okay. Forgive me, I can't recall the year, but it was for some time, for some period of time you had been a realtor when you were involved in the closing or the closing of the
transaction,
sale,
yes.
right? And you actually received proceeds from the sale of that closing on that house in Lake Wales.
I earned a commission, yes.
Okay. Through Century 21, I think.
That is correct.
Now, after that house, well, let me say this. During that transaction, during that closing, where did that closing take place?
I believe it was at Real Estate Title Services in Lake Wales.
And where was Lisa when the transaction took place, or the closing
Ohio.
took place? So Lisa was in Ohio, and where was Mr. Murdock? If you're thinking, I'll let you know.
I am. Hold on. I don't believe she was present for the actual closing. I don't know if she had to do it by online. I apologize, I don't remember.
You're fine. But you don't remember her being at the closing?
I don't.
You don't, okay. But was Mr. Murdock at the closing?
Yes.
All right. And both Lisa Bunce and David Murdock, during the closing, were placed on the title as equal owners in that property.
Per David's request.
And Mr. Murdock put his own money into the property and also borrowed some money from family members.
To my understanding.
And that was in May, I think, of 2017.
It was 2017 about the house.
All right. And then finally, in December of 2017, Lisa Bunce and her son, which was her grandson, right?
It's her legally adopted child, and yes, biologically grandson.
Yes, thank you. Moved in with Mr. Murdock.
She came back at Christmas time and moved in with him and got Nikki in school here, first of the year.
Do you know how long it takes to establish residency in the state of Florida?
I do not.
Is it 6 months?
I couldn't tell you.
You're not familiar?
To my understanding, if you got a utility bill and a driver's license, you're in.
What about how to establish homestead in the state of Florida?
You have to own the home before December 31st of the year before, and then you have to go apply for it. It has to be your permanent residence, you have to have a Florida license, and a utility bill.
Okay. All right. So, I think you had testified that the relationship went sour between your girlfriend,
There were
Mr.
issues.
Bunce, and David Murdock, right? Is that a yes?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And then at some point in time, Lisa decided to go back to Ohio, right?
She decided she needed to move her son and get him out of that house.
All right. And when she decided to go back to Ohio, she rented a U-Haul, right?
She did.
And when she rented that U-Haul, she used her girlfriends, meaning yourself, Joni.
And a couple other, Jody,
Excuse me, yes. And a couple other girlfriends
a couple other friends.
to move her things out of the Lake Wales residence,
Correct.
right?
Yes,
In addition to her things, but also some of Mr. Murdock's things, because Mr. Murdock was of the understanding that he would be shortly following her up to Ohio.
right. No one was being honest with him. It was too dangerous.
Okay. And then when Lisa arrived in Ohio, she texted Mr. Murdock, David Murdock, and broke it off.
That took a little time.
Okay. All right, let me talk about briefly with you the New Year's Eve. I think you guys, you had indicated that you went to is it the New Grove?
New Grove Lounge,
New Grove Lounge. And that's in
that's in Dundee.
You indicated that you were with your group of friends and that Mr. Murdock, along with his new girlfriend, Lynn, I think you said her name was, and her family were also there.
Correct?
And you guys, your group sat at your prospective tables and they sat at their table, right?
Correct?
And I think you had indicated on direct that the two tables that you all were sitting at, separate groups were sitting at, were approximately 4 feet apart.
Right.
And you said it was a small place, small establishment,
Yes, it is.
and that your table was positioned close to the restroom.
Correct.
The female and the male restroom?
That is correct.
All right. And that, I think you had indicated or testified that Mr. Murdock kept going to the bathroom, going to the bathroom, going to the bathroom. So my question for you is, how were those two tables within 4 feet apart, how were they positioned? Was your table closest to the bathroom and the other table furthest away? Were they directly across
The
from
table
one
was
another?
here, our table was here, the bathroom was there.
Okay, so they were directly across from one another. Is that a yes?
Yes.
All right. And at that point in time that Mr. Murdock was going back and forth to the bathroom, you thought that was rather funny, right?
Not entertainingly funny, but we knew it was odd behavior. It was intentional.
You found it to be funny.
Threatening.
I'm sorry?
Threatening.
So back in 2018, you spoke with Detective Ton about this incident.
No, ma'am.
You did not?
2018? No, ma'am.
Well, then it'd be 2019 because it's got
Yes, 2019.
But you spoke with Detective Ton in 2019 about this incident.
Yes, ma'am.
And you gave an audio recorded interview with him.
Okay.
Do you recall the interview?
To my knowledge, everyone was at me at the hospital to get it written down, and I couldn't see because of the injuries to my face.
Okay, that's a different day, but.
And so I apologize. There was
Fine.
many people asking for many stories, and I do believe once I got home that my sister drove me to Detective Ton's office, and we did more interviews there.
And do you recall, and I'm on page 11 of 38, that first interview, do you recall telling Detective Ton that after he was making a path on the carpet to the men's bathroom past you guys, and that you found it to be funny? Do you recall saying that?
Not funny, entertaining.
Okay. So not funny, entertaining, but.
No, peculiar.
Okay. And at that point in time, when Mr. Murdock was making a pathway to the bathroom, you and your group of friends didn't leave the bar, right?
No.
Lisa didn't attempt to leave the bar or want to leave the bar.
No.
And tell me a little bit about Lisa. You indicated at some point in time she's got an East Side girl from Toledo, Ohio. What does that mean?
She can hold her own in any given situation.
So she would not have left, really, regardless.
Well, we had no reason to leave. We were enjoying ourselves without anyone else being involved.
And I think you had indicated that Mr. Murdock was also staring at Lisa Bunce.
Yes.
How long would you say that he was staring at Lisa Bunce?
It went on all evening.
And
And like I said, him and his new person, Lynn, left at 11:15.
And when you say it went on all evening, like, can you give us a time frame?
Well, if we got there at 8, it went on until 11:15.
So if Mr. Murdock was staring at Lisa Bunce, that would indicate that someone was staring at Mr. Murdock in order to see him staring at Lisa Bunce. Do you agree?
If I'm sitting here and you're sitting there, I can see you. I don't have to stare at you. I can see what you're up to.
Okay.
If he was observed, staring, by many people in our party.
All right. Now, was it that evening, and you tell me, was it that evening that Lisa Bunce decides to send screenshots of text messages between her and Mr. Murdock to Lynn, the new girlfriend?
Not New Year's Eve.
It wasn't New Year's Eve. It was a different evening.
It was 4th.
It was the 4th, January 4th?
Yes, ma'am.
And the purpose of sending those screenshots of those text messages were to show that she, meaning Lisa, and Mr. Murdock were still communicating, right? In addition to showing that Mr. Murdock was presumably still in love with Lisa Bunce.
Are you asking me why she sent those texts to Lynn?
Yes, I am, ma'am. Yes.
She sent them to Lynn to warn her. She'd been trying to warn Lynn that she's in a bad situation with a liar and she needed to get out to save herself.
Did she, in fact, text Lynn that?
I don't know what was in the final transmission she sent Lynn along with those pictures, but we we all knew of each other. Polk County's very small. So we knew Lynn, although we had never hung out with her. But anyway, you want to shake it. One girl doesn't watch another girl get trapped into a mess that she's just getting out of.
Okay. And some of those text messages that were screenshotted and sent to Lynn, Mr. Murdock's new girlfriend, contained some sort of substance where Mr. Murdock is telling Lisa Bunce that she's very beautiful, that he couldn't keep her eyes off her, and that him and Lynn were done. Do you recall that?
That was among the texts he had sent Lisa, yes.
And do you also recall Lisa laughing about sending those text messages or those screenshots of those text messages to Lynn?
No.
Do you recall telling Detective Tan that she's laughing about those messages or screenshots that she sent to Lynn?
She was trying to protect Lynn from being hurt. She's trying to show Lynn that the liar she was with was dangerous. Now, if she was laughing at anything, it was because she figured out how to do it from my Facebook page.
Okay. If I saw you a portion of the transcript, would that refresh your recollection as to whether or not Lisa Bunce was laughing about the text messages that she had sent to Lynn or something else?
Go ahead and show me. I'm not having recall of it, so.
Very well. I can approach it. This is the first statement. This is page 12. Bottom.
Where are we up here? That's the next morning, that's January 1st. Are you reading the dates and times?
Mm-hmm.
She couldn't get him to stop. I wanted her to block him. He won't stop.
So does reading that refresh your recollection?
Well, it tells me what we were talking about. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so then it was the next morning?
January 1st.
Okay, so January 1st, which would have been, so January 1st. She sent the screenshots to Lynn thinking that she would
She sent
get
the
them.
screenshots to Lynn on January 4th.
Okay. So why are you telling me that it's January 1st then?
The paper you have in your hand is talking about what went on New Year's Eve and then January 1st.
Okay. Well, it talks about the text message that she had received about Mr. Murdock telling her that she's so beautiful and that he couldn't keep his eyes off of her. And she thought that was funny. Right?
He texted her all night New Year's Eve and all morning New Year's Day.
Okay. And you told Lisa to block Mr. Murdock,
I
right?
told her that several times.
But she didn't.
And on the occasion you did, David went and got a new phone.
But then she would, or Mr. Murdock would then also text or attempt to communicate, and actually did communicate with Lisa through your cell phone, right?
I don't really remember her using my phone, but possibly, because we were just so honored to block it. I don't know if we were standing in the house there between the 1st and the 4th. I know she sent me copies of the text. She would do that so I would have them for safekeeping.
Okay. But my question for you was, and if you don't remember, that's fine, but did Mr. Murdock also use your cell phone or go through your cell phone to communicate with Lisa? And Lisa communicated with Mr. Murdock through your cell phone as well?
Mr. Murdock would contact me, but I don't remember them going back and forth on my phone that week. I don't remember them using my phone to communicate with each other.
Fair enough. Now, you had gone to, on the night of January 4th, you had gone to both the Apple Lounge and the New Grove Lounge.
That's right.
Correct? I think were you drinking that night?
Yes, we have drinks when we go out.
Okay, and what about Lisa?
She has drinks too. All 8 of us that were out that night had drinks.
All right, and who drove home? Do you recall?
Lisa drove after we left the Apple. As a realtor, I can't drive after I've had a drink.
All right. And do you have a concealed weapons permit?
I don't know if I had my permit by then or if I had just finished the class.
All right. You had indicated on direct that when Mr. Murdock had approached your house, approached your home, that there was nothing said between either yourself or Lisa Bunce and Mr. Murdock. Do you recall saying that?
You're talking about the morning of the 5th?
Yes, ma'am.
The only thing that was said when David slammed on his brake and opened his car door is I told him to get back in the truck. He didn't need to be there. I dialed 911.
Yes, I apologize. You
Okay,
had-
that's the only interaction that happened.
All right. So when, and I think you referenced this a little bit earlier, but when you were in the hospital after you had been shot, you could not communicate because you had, you couldn't communicate. You had to write things down, right?
I had a balloon trach in and I couldn't breathe or communicate.
I was going to say trach, but I wasn't sure. You had to write things down, correct?
Yes,
You
ma'am.
had to write things down for the nurses, right?
I did.
You had to write things down for the detectives.
That's right.
Right, and Detective Ton came and interviewed you while you were in the hospital.
I know he asked me to please write things down.
All right,
Write a statement.
okay, and you did the best that you could, right? And that, would you say that the...
My eyes weren't working, so I couldn't even see what I was writing.
Sure. Would you agree with me that your statements, your handwriting, your written statements, would have been probably the most accurate recollection of the events?
The first one that I wrote in the hospital? No, I'd say not.
No?
I think I was still under recovery and drugs and can't see and a whole lot of stuff going on.
Okay. Well, do you recall, and I'm going to show you what you wrote first. This is, I'm going to show you, you tell me whether you recognize this as your handwriting.
Yes.
Yes? Okay.
My handwriting's on that paper.
All right. And do you recognize where you indicate you're communicating with law enforcement, I'm assuming, right, with Detective
I don't know,
Tom?
let me read the context.
Sure.
Hard to read it. Okay, you asked me about this first paragraph here. I'm sorry, what's your question?
My question is, do you recall writing in your communications with Detective Ton that both, they were yelling at each other, meaning Lisa Bunce and Mr. Murdock were yelling at each other?
No, ma'am, I did not write that down. I did not say that, and that's an inaccurate statement. There was no one communicating with anyone David arrived at 5 on the 5th. Now, if you're talking about another time maybe, but no. The morning he arrived at my house and shot people, there was no communication to any of us.
Okay, so when your statement were yelling at each other, he was running around the truck, my vehicle, those two statements, that's not the same train of thought?
I would tell you that my statement meant that I made the comment I've already read to you twice, or told you twice, and that's the yelling I was doing. And he just came on up and fired. There was no exchange between him and Lisa. There was no exchange between Lisa and I.
Now, on January 15th of 2019, you wrote a written statement. It appears to be 7 pages long. And I'm going to show you, if I can approach the witness. Page 7. First, let me ask you, do you recognize this as your writing?
That's the one he asked me to write out, and I couldn't hardly see. I believe that.
You want to flip through?
Do I go
the
back and
picture?
forth between cursive and print?
I don't know.
I had so much trouble seeing, period, that, yes, that was me. That's me,
That's you.
yeah.
And do you recall in that written statement, writing that Lisa and him said something, I yelled, I already dialed 911, indicating that Lisa and Mr. Murdock had exchanged words.
You want to read that again, because that's not what I said, and it's not what happened. I'm sorry, what are you reading? What did it say?
I can burst it.
I think we got to my house, seen David trucking, switching off. Immediately dial 911. I'm not recall any exchange with him and Lisa. The only thing that happened was me. I spoke.
So you take issue with your written statement then?
I do.
Okay. Would you say that your memory is better back in January of 2019 or better as you sit here today?
Well, on January 15th, I was still in the hospital and under drugs, but out of ICU.
After Ms. Bunce had moved out of the Lake Wales house, Mr. Murdock was attempting to go through you to have her sign over the house, do a quit claim deed, so that her name would be off of the home, correct?
That is correct.
And Lisa refused to do that, right?
By the time I got the paper to her, she did.
Okay.
She had originally agreed.
All right, and in fact, Lisa Bunce would tell Mr. Murdock that she was gonna be a snowbird and come and stay at that house when she came down to Florida.
I don't know that.
Would you agree with me that Mr. Murdock always carried a gun around with him?
I'll tell you, Mr. Murdock always had a gun. Yeah, he might have carried it all the time.
Okay.
It was in his truck, yeah.
If I can have one.
You may.
Judge, if I can approach you real quick, I'm almost done.
This is a copy. I got the original. Okay.
I'm sure states what's been marked as defense exhibit 1, 2, and 3, they're,
Can you just approach real quick?
and
Thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Brief redirect?
Nothing from this.
Nothing? Is the witness released?
She's released for now, but I would have her remain under subpoena just
All right.
in case she's needed.
If you are needed back, you'll receive a phone call. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, at least it's before 5, but it is past 4:30. We're going to break for the day. Please remember not to talk about the case or look anything up, and report tomorrow morning at 8:30. I do want to warn you, I have an emergency hearing at 8:15 that they've told me will only take 10 minutes. But if we are delayed, that is the reason why. Has nothing to do with this case. We'll see you in the morning.
All rise, please. You may be seated.
Anything we need to take up?
Nothing.
Defense, anything we need to take up?
No, sir, Judge.
All right, I'll see everyone at 8:30.
For 2 hours a day. 1 hour in the morning and 1 hour in the evening. But I can only have it in the cage. But the problem is, when I went to the cage the first time, you can't get a signal. So
You
I
can't
asked-
get a, you can't
You
get
can't
a
get
what?
a signal to pull up anything on the tablet. So I asked them if I could do it in my room, and they said no. So I was stuck in a situation to where this discovery, if I'm not mistaken, is probably 2,000 pages long. You count front and back. I didn't get this discovery until in February. When they finally come back and asked me if I wanted to do it, and that he had an officer with him, I didn't know who the officer was, and I asked if I had asked any questions, who was he, and he told me that he was gonna come and show me how to use the tablet. That's what he was there for. I said, okay. So we went down, we scanned it. Now, as we were scanning it, I told Mr. Franklin, look, I don't have anywhere on my kiosk for, to look at my discovery, legal now. He goes, well, he says, you won't have it until we scan everything. Okay, that was never told to me before.
I saw that in your
Yeah,
letter.
that was never told to me before. Now, but the problem is, where they got me at now is Lower Central, and I'm in isolation. I've asked them a couple times if I get the iPad But where I'm at in isolation, I don't believe I will be able to even see one because I'm in a deep area where there's like 4 rooms, I'm closed in. Now, they let me get on the kiosk. Now, I did pull it up the other day on the kiosk and finally got to read some of it. But the problem is, we're in trial. I have no way of not being able to read any of the things what the witnesses said, write any of the rebuttals. I have not been able to do anything before this trial started. And that's what I was wanting to do, but I don't have it. I got on it yesterday. I got out, they let me out to get a shower, because I'm locked down. And they let me out to get a shower. They said, do what you got to do on the kiosk, so I did. I got on the kiosk, I'm on it for about an hour. I probably went through probably 150 pages. They told me to lock down. I said, look, I'd like to stay on you know, let me read no, you got to lock down now. So I locked down. They only let me out enough time to get a shower, get on the kiosk. I had a visit over with my daughter yesterday. That was great. But as soon as the visit was over, they told me to lock down. I couldn't get back on the kiosk. They won't. And I tell them, look, I need to get on the kiosk to read my discovery. They basically don't give a damn. It's like kids. Get in your room, lock down. I don't know why they're doing it. I'm not a violent person. I've been in that jail for going on 6 years and never had the first yard written on me. I don't cause trouble with nobody. I stay away from everybody. I stay to myself. Why they are treating me like I'm so, when they first took me over to Central, they put a sign that said suicidal. And they come and the guard looked at me and I had my personal property and everything in there. I had my Bible, I had my tabs and everything. I was doing some writing. He goes, why you got all this in your cell phone? I said, I've got it. He goes, you ain't supposed to have it. You're suicidal. We're going to take everything from you. Well, I said, I'm not suicidal. He goes, well, your sign out here says you're suicidal. I said, I don't know why that sign said I'm suicidal. I said, because I'm not. He goes, well, we're going to take your property. You're not going to have anything. We're going to put you in a turtle suit. That's where you, I said, no. I said, I'm here for trial. I said, I'm not here being suicidal. I moved from from south to here. I'm not suicidal. So he goes and gets a psych doctor, brings her to me. We talked for about 10, 15 minutes. I told her, I said, look, I'm here for trial. I said, I'm not in here for being suicidal. I'm not suicidal, none of that crap. I don't know why they got suicidal up on the sign board. She goes, I don't know who done that, but she says somebody had to order it. I said, I don't know who done it. And so she told the COs, look, he's not suicidal, take the sign down. Because, you know, he can keep his property. But my problem is, Your Honor, I'm being trial in a major case. I've got a discovery stacked so high, and I got it so late that I have not had any time whatsoever to get into that discovery and read it and write my rebuttals that would probably help me in this case. I have nothing. I mean, 150 pages or 200 pages out of 2,000. This trial will be done and gone before I can get halfway through it. I know what your decision was, and I know you can't do anything about it because you're not a civil judge. I understand that. I was hoping that when this all began, it was taken to a civil court. Because I understand your first meeting on this, you told it. Really, there was nothing much you could do about it. You could listen to it, but there was nothing much you could do about it. And, but I just wanted on the record to know that from the time frame I got my discovery, I asked for my discovery January 9th, I got it January 12th, and then was excused because I wanted a copy. I asked for a copy. I was not told we don't do copies. I was told, oh, I don't know how to do copies. And I asked the officer, I says, well, could you find me somebody who does? And the first thing he did was said, oh, you're refusing your discovery, your legal mail. I said, no, sir, I'm not refusing my legal mail. He goes, well, what's going to happen? It's going to be scanned. He says, then you can get it on your kiosk. He didn't say he was gonna scan it or I was gonna scan it. He said, it's gonna be scanned, you get it on your kiosk. And I told him, he says, I said, look, I don't have no one on the kiosk to pull it up. So he pulls up a piece of paper and it shows when you go on the kiosk, you got your actions left. He goes to a place that said legal mail. He goes, you just go into that, push on the legal mail, put in the password, you got your legal mail. I said, that's the problem. I said, I don't have that on my kiosk. I said, if you'd like me to show you, I would show you. Had another officer standing there, Officer Cruz, Officer Justice Local Cruz says, talk down there and tell Mr. Murdock's refusing this discovery, I'm gone. When he said, legal mail, I'm gone. Can you walk out? And I was telling him on the way out, I said, look, I'm not refusing my legal mail. I wish I'd have got to sit down and tell him that, because them letters that was written in your courtroom that day that he wrote, the Officer Justice wrote, and I was 2 foot from him in that conversation. I know everything that was said. I'm not calling the man a liar, but he misrepresented the first letter and he did it again in the second one. Because I basically asked him for a copy. I never refused it. I just asked him for a copy. He never told me that the jail doesn't do copies anymore. He just told me, oh, I don't know how to do copies. And then when I asked him if he could find somebody, then he accused me of refusing my legal mail. And I said, no, sir, I'm not refusing it. And so, but that's the situation we have there. And I'm dumbfounded on what goes on. There's a lot more goes on there that I've been told by officers that are trustworthy about these laptops they have there that they want the attorneys to use. I had an officer tell me, and there was another one standing beside him, that they can access them laptops on their cell phones, personal cell phones, when they're in use, and see what's being showed when they're in use. He says, now, we don't have a choice on which one we can go to, because it just throws us into one. He said, there's 3 attorneys in there, and they're on the laptop, and we go in, and we put this code in. He said, everyone else has got a code. We got our personal cell phones, and everyone else has got a code. Everyone else to use this code to see what kind of adventures they got coming up, see, things that are going on with the jail and this and that, programs they got going. He goes, and it was discovered that we can get into the laptops. And he says, and we can read. He said, if your attorney's there showing you what's on that laptop, we can read it, every bit of it. And I looked at the other officer and I said, no. The other officer says, yeah. He says, to be honest with you, Mr. Murdock, he goes, I was on there 3 days ago looking at a laptop that was being played. He goes, so I don't know where they're telling you we can't get into this stuff, but he said we can get into every access in this jail with that code in our private cell phones. That got me concerned about my attorney coming and sticking that UPS in that laptop. Now, he told me, he says, if they close that laptop, he says, we're shut off. But he says, as long as that laptop's open and that UPS in there playing, he goes, we can read every damn thing that laptop is showing. He says, now, he says, if you give them my name, he says, it might cost me my job. He says, you give them my name, I'll probably lose my job kind of that. The other officer says, yeah, I would too. They're good, respectful officers. I've been knowing them since I've been in that jail. They're respectful. There's a lot of inmates that like them. And there's no way on God's green earth would I tell who these 2 officers were that told me that, because I don't want them losing their job, and I don't want other inmates that are pissed at me because they lost their job. But they told me they could absolutely get in them laptops and read everything that's being played when them laptops are open. Because when they shut them, they're down. They can't get into them there. It just shuts them down. And that had me concerned. But, like I say, if I'd have got my discovery a year later, I'd be ready. But getting it a month and a half before this trial started, and then finally getting it in the middle of February, then I was never ready for this trial at this, and I never delayed these trials for going on 6 years like I was accused. Look, I never wanted to play the incompetent role. My past attorneys told me, keep your mouth shut. You're not allowed to speak in the courtroom until a judge finds you competent. I'm frustrated. I never asked for all this. Okay, I'm done. I'm done.
All right, thank you. Ms. Toomey, anything to add?
I don't have anything to add. These are the very concerns that I was attempting to address with my motion for access and laptops and things of that nature, so I don't know if there's anything that the jail can do at this point. If they can give him his own personal tablet so he can actually have access to his discovery overnight or whenever he wants to have access to his discovery. I don't think that's unreasonable.
Well, all that can be done is that he can ask. I can't order the jail to provide him with a laptop for overnight and as long as he wants. Tablet, anything. But he can make that request. There are detention officers here who've heard the request. Maybe they can do something, but I'm not ordering anyone at this point to do anything in that regard. And I'm not making any findings either. I think Mr. Murdock wanted to make a record, and he's made a record with his statements today.
Thank you, Joe.
All right. Anything additional?
Judge, may I just briefly respond?
Yes.
I do understand Mr. Murdock's frustration as he's expressed it. I want him to have his discovery. The state wants him to be prepared. This case has been set for trial for much longer than January of this year. And having been on this case since the beginning of time, I would ask the court to adopt the record of all the hearings that have come before this one where Mr. Murdock apparently would not communicate with his lawyers, which they set on the record, and would not participate in any of the competencies. Not talk about it, but not participate with any of the doctors. And for the first 4.5 years, I mean, there were lawyers in and out. We provided discovery multiple times in the assumption that it would be shared with Mr. Murdock. And a lot of the prohibitions that are now in place with the sheriff's office about you can't bring in paper and all that stuff, all of that preceded that. So I guess I wanted to make the record clear before this becomes an appellate issue that Mr. Murdock can't be prepared for trial. There's just been a lot of stuff that went before this that I think that the record should reflect. And that's the only reason I'm saying that now.
The record is what it is. I don't need to adopt the record.
Well,
if it's in the record, it's in the record.
But I don't know that when you go on the record.
And I'm not making any orders.
I understand.
And I'm not making any findings. I'm just giving the man an opportunity to speak his mind about it.
Yes, sir. I only wanted to reference the prior things because when you get the record for trial, you don't always get all of the hearings that happened for the prior 3 or 4 years. And I just want to make an acknowledgement that if this gets transcribed, that this may be a clue to look at some other things. That's all.
You are not speaking to me then. You are speaking to the appellate.
Well, I'm speaking to the record.
Please look elsewhere for further information.
You could couch it in those terms, but I just wanted to bring it up. So there was some continuity to this case, and this issue is not isolated specifically to the last 2 months.
I understood.
That was all.
Thank you. Anything additional?
No, sir, thank you.
Mr. Johnson, anything additional before
No.
we recess for the evening?
No, sir.
All right. See everybody at 8:30.